Hi. Oh, I don't know if I can put these on. Dude, I had the music fucking blasting. Let me turn that down. Let me turn that down again. A little bit more. Hi. Let's see. Our lovely winner today is Nikki. Hi, Nikki. But hi, Nikki. Hi, Doc. Doc, I did take my vitamin. I did just take it. Hi, Coco. Hi, Kai. Hi, Games. Hi. Let's see who else. I said hi to Coco. Said hi to Kai. Said hi to Nikki. Gar. 6. Maybe 7. Hi, Steve. Reminds me a bit of the soundtrack from Monarch. Ooh, interesting. Interessante. Hello, hi. I am late today. I woke up at 9. That's how the day been. I don't know. Oh, this is from Wuthering Waves. Nikki? It is a cutie, is a cutie. Nikki? I know you just uninstalled Genshin, but there's a really tall man in it who turned bad for his wife, his fiance. Yeah. I didn't grab my lipstick. Like, you worked late? I did work late, you bitch. Kev was at work with... Well, I guess you were at work with me. We were just in different buildings. Dude, I don't know why. I usually don't sleep this much, even, like, after, like, this type of shift. But I slept straight up until 9. Usually I still wake up 8:30. I need more space. No, you're so real for that. Oh, that's what I needed. Now the homies to get on. I can Dying Light. Dying Light is so fucking fun. Bruh, I fucking love Dying Light. Hate oh my god. Seeing Dying Light being discussed, but then also seeing Daylight Savings. That threw me off. I was like, wait, did I just talk about the wrong thing? How is everybody doing? I have my breakfast in front of me. I don't know if I'm gonna finish it, but we'll see. Actually, this is a quite nice song. I believe we're just gonna chill out and play some Dying Light today. We have a long week. Wants to play my silly little game with me? What silly little game? Just left his smoothie treasures. No! I miss car. Why must they steal my car? Okay, I'm not gonna lie. If you just saw me, like, reach down for my, muffin to eat, I did this at work, and we will shame me for this. But, like, I just, like, hunched over. Like, I just got really exhausted, and I went... Not even, like, full shrimp, but, like, when you just collapse your spine. Hey, somebody's playing Deadlock. You guys want to play Deadlock on stream? Okay, now I can sit up straight. I have Kuromi behind me. Never ever thought of this? Follow you all this time, but when your notification popped up? Now I have to know. Your name is Sarah? Easy enough. But why is it Sarah's Comic? Ooh, yeah. So, it came from when I made my Instagram, because my Instagram name is Sarah's Comic as well. I have it everywhere, hee. But I'm really bad with picking usernames. So a lot of, like, my friends or whatnot know me as Knight through, like, my gamer tag, because that's usually what my gamer tag is. Because when I made my League of Legends account, I didn't know what the fuck to name it. So I ended up with Nightcat because I like cats and it was night. So when I made an Instagram, I also did not know what the fuck to call it. So when I was devising a plan of, like, what should I name it? I really like comics, and I really like that whole aspect of that, like, just like comics, manga, big fan. And so I named it Sarah's Comic because it's like my life, like my life's comic, you know? That was actually, I went too far fucking deep with it when I was younger. Sounds like a superhero. Fuck yeah. My gamer tag is my superhero, and the rest of my... This name gave me war flashback. Name of the song gave me war flashbacks. But yeah, that's how both of my usernames are picked. I really did not know what a name my username for League of Legends, and that's where my gamer tag came from. It stuck. I kept it in some iteration. Usually it's just Night now. Sometimes it's Nightcat if it's... Oh god, yeah. Okay. Kai, it was back in the trenches.
Haunted by the sickly ghost ...
I know, you sick. I hope you're well haunted. Like, I hope you get well soon. Let's give him the TV show Chuck. I feel like I remember that. Do you have that username on everything, Doc? Or is that like your one username you've stuck with for life? Because I have another username that I use for like secondary accounts. Shoot, I have a stand-up comedy. Yeah. It's crazy. I hated picking my Nightcat username because now I'm like, oh.
Oh yeah, eat that muffin.
Disgusting. Disgusting. It's a banana bread muffin. Really freaking good. Really freaking good. Legal government name Kai 3 Len. Ooh, Animal Crossing. How is your island doing? We can pull up my island. I can't. Just kidding. It's not charged. Put my keyboard back together? Put your keyboard back together and then you can talk to us, Nikki. I can't afford to buy you a whole nother game, but in theory you could play Dying Light with me. I should just get you into Deadlock. You would hate Deadlock. Re-download Animal Crossing. Animal Crossing. Banana bread at work, dude? Banana bread at work, dude? Hell yeah. I'm trying to like peel this. Peel its like outside layer. You have a Halloween sale, just ooh. Halloween sale? I didn't know they were having one. Oh my word. I fucking left my water outside. I'll go get it eventually. I made my coffee and I filled up my water. I forgot the water, but I have the coffee. Is there any Halloween games anybody's looking forward to or like want to see? Because I'm trying to pick stuff out for Halloween.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
I didn't put sugar into my coffee. I guess I'll drink it either way. Oh yeah, I have to go pick up my prescription. Alien Isolation, no bonk. That'd be crazy. Because I'm really bad at that. I'm really bad at not getting it. Water was abandoned. The sugar also was abandoned. I did try to start the At Dead or Night No Bonk. I think I genuinely need to like play through that game a couple of times, Nikki. Because when we try to play it again, I forgot where I needed to go for everything. There's 8 about a blow her whole paycheck on a game. Yeah, but I'm also not allowed to. I need to pay Nikki back. And also we gotta buy another concert ticket. It's really boring. What's yours, Haunted? Stress? I got so stressed playing it too. You got so stressed watching me play it. Best Kingdom Hearts. You so right, Kevin. You wanna address you by your full name. That's gross. You're only Kev. Oh, you did? Did you get your last Dinos ticket? I need to find mine then. Remind me. Oh, mega sale. Fuck yeah. But also, oh no, money. Costume Quest. What's that? There's a Costume Quest too. That's really cute. That's like a silly little fun game. Like silly little fun Halloween game. That's cute. I'll keep that in mind. I'll defend your store. Oh! Hold on. Markiplier played it. Because I forgot the name of that too, Coco. But I know for a fact. PAX? What's PAX? Anyways, don't get distracted. Markiplier. A couple people have played. Oh, he's played through Silent Hill F. I gotta watch him play it. That's the stupid bug game. That's Quarantine Zone. Quarantine Zone looks really fun. I won't lie. But I don't really play those types of games. Where the freak am I going? It has to be in 3 Scary Games, I think. No, that's that. Did he play it? I swear to God, he played it. I watched somebody else play it. It wasn't Doc. I watched a clip of a man play it. It was very funny. I'm gonna have to figure it out. It was around Halloween, so haunted. Then I needed a noun. An avoid. Hey, that's real as hell. Have you listened to the new Seraphim song? No. Have you listened to the new 5 Seconds of Summer song? Let me one up you. Not even one up you. Let me una reverse card. Spaghetti. Spaghetti. Which one do you want me to listen to? Spaghetti? Spaghetti and spaghetti. Oh. Oh, they're two. They're okay. We're listening to the explicit version. I didn't watch Queso play it. I love Queso. I can't believe. Yeah, they're having a new album drop, but there's one song that's out for it. But it's catchy. Well, we're listening to Spaghetti because that's the one that I've seen. I'm intrigued. Hear about my proposition? I got on iFunny. Yeah. They said what? Some asked if I wanted. What the freak? What the freak? That sounds about right. That's like the tale of being a woman saying, "No, I don't want this." Okay, here you go. It's like, no, 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 thank you. You want it? Oh, it is. It's this one. It looks like Virgil. It's Vigil. That's the name of it. I'm gonna remember that now. Vigil, because it's it. Oh, it's free. No, this is a different. This is the box one. Oh my God, Vigil is the box one. Docky had also. I think Docky had played this. I'm adding. I don't want to play it, but like, can I? Is it in my library? Did I add it already? I tried to type in Vigil. I typed in B. Can I type? Okay, we do have it in. Okay. That one's free. Okay, so that's not it though. Think that strategy has ever worked? No, it is not. Keeps putting up Queso. He really loves him. I think he's in love with him. And not you. No, that's a bold lie. That's just... Oh, I hate that word. I hate that word. Let's see. What the frick is the name of this place? That's an older one. That's a different one. Kiosk was also a good... There's Hellmart. Hellmart recently came out. Let me look at Hellmart, because Hellmart is another new one. Oh! It's this stupid game. Shift at Midnight is the one I'm thinking of, but Hellmart also came out. That looks really interesting. Ooh, hi cutie. Do you know why I followed you half a year ago? Because when I was watching it, now I realized I know. Is it? Wait, from which work? Like, is that, oh, thank you. How are you doing? Wait, what? Wait, I'm baffled. Monkey Run? Oh my God! Okay. That feels like the fucking sleeper agent, like, Monkey Run, like, quote. That's fucking crazy. What the freak? I'm trying to be vague. No, that real as hell. Real as hell. That is like the sleeper agent word of monkey run. That's so fucking funny. What the fuck? Half a year ago?
I'm convinced two of my best friends are in love. I can't
That's
tell platonically
crazy.
or romantically.
Ooh.
But it's something I'm leaning towards romantically. I do have evidence I did not just decide this.
Well, you have evidence. Okay, well, they're interesting. Final realization is great. Wait, what? What about the one in the hotel with the old man? At Dead of Night. That's the one that Nikki wants me to do, no bonk. That's very scary to do. But what the fuck? How are you? I hope you're well. I hope you're well. I would just call you cutie. We were. Every time I have coworkers come in here, I never know what to call them. Able to see you live. I'm scrolling on my. It's like, wait, I know that's so real. No, there's only a couple of coworkers who actually like sit and watch my streams, which is still baffling. One of them is the love of my life. I love her, but because she dress her shifts, you know. That's so fucking crazy. What the freak, bro? Dead of Night no bonk would be insane. Yeah. And Nikki wants me to do it on the hardest difficulty too. I think Gothic is also about it, but I'm not about it. I'm too stupid. I was looking for something called that. But I would okay. Shift. I don't remember it. Honestly, so funny. We're gathering. We are. Not the convenience store. Shift at midnight. That's what I was typing. Shift at midnight. That's the one. How? Oh, it's not a full game yet. At the library. Oh, it's just a demo. Sorry, I should read more. I don't. This reminds me, luckily not as extreme because, like, you know, I'm just a silly little guy here that plays mainly horror games. And, like, they just really get to see my plethora of trinkets. My shameful amount of trinkets that I need to reorganize so desperately because I have a lot of stuff to add to it. My Phasmo cup sits there now. But who is he? He cooks. I love his stream so much, but he is also a furry, which is the key part of then his coworkers finding his stream and finding that out. I just think it's so funny, but he's so funny. He just cooked with Baby No Money. Wait. No shame in those trinkets. No shame. Oh, Barley.
I'm not paying attention to much
Barley
because
the
sick
burr.
ghostplay, but I was trying to listen and I think I messed up ... I heard shit at midnight.
Oh, shit at midnight. You know, fair. You could also shit at midnight. No, shift. Do you think I should buy the Jill Duck? Yes, you should. I need to buy the Jill Duck still, Steve. I need to buy the Jill Duck and I need to buy the Chris Redfield because there's two. I can't believe they released two. But now I gotta buy them. Claire Duck. Yes, my Claire Duck and Leon Duck. That needs, and Tofu. That needs to be reorganized. I think I'm buying another one of these shelves to put over there, dismantling a whole bunch of that stuff, and I think there's going to be 2 shelves of Resident Evil over there. The ducks take up a lot of space. The Jill Duck is so cute. Body the Fair Burr, yeah. I still love when his coworkers, I should say, found his stream. That was great. I love Marley the Burr. Okay, here's Hellmart. Hellmart seems really intriguing. Supermarket simulator meets horror. You check. Resident Evil. I hope you're enjoying Resident Evil 5. Kai, it was a little wonky setting it all up with Pizzuto. I like really don't like downloading things. Also because I'm very stupid, so I don't know how to download the things. So it's really like a learning curve for me because I'm stupid. But it was really fun. You know, once we started getting it going, it's a lot more fun having somebody play that game with you. Have me addicted to Resident Evil? Fuck yeah. I don't even think we've actually been retaining the lore, but every once in a while I'm like, oh, hold up. Let me actually explain this to you. The whole purpose of bringing you along on this journey. Need another duck hunt? There's 2 ducks that came out. I don't necessarily need them, but there's 2. There's 2 that they released. They decided, wow, these really sell. I guess they really sell. You're not stupid. I am with downloads. The fact that I just messaged Turn Up on the side was like, can I download this? Duck. Yeah. More tubs. I should see. Oh, let me add this. That's the demo. Add to wishes. Oh, this is also just a demo. I think the same one. It's like the same concept for both of them. Oh wow, it really is like the same concept. This one's just a little bit more eerie because it's kind of a little bit more high definition in a way. I just realized spaghetti played and I didn't actually hear it. Is that Godzilla? I'm sorry, that was so funny. I'm sorry. Can I make this any bigger? Can I make this? Oh no, but I want the image. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna share my screen really quick. I want you to see at what I just said. Is that Godzilla? It's Aurora, but it was like this, and then it cut to this fucking image. Is that Godzilla? Why does he look like that? He looks like the stupid cat meme. Oh my god, that scared me. I didn't expect Godzilla like that. Oh, Misfortune. Did I queue this up again? Okay. I love Aurora, so I really did not listen to Spaghetti. We were talking through it. Be lurking while I clean. Yes, have a good time cleaning. I will be your background noise, girl. Do not worry. 50? 50? What? No. Haunted? I will do rolls. I still am eating my muffin. I won't lie. Working late sucks. I don't even work that late. Notification that it tells me you're not live, but here you are. Wow. Is it gaslighting you, Turn Up? That's fucking rude. Anyways, hello. I love you. I hope you're well. And I've heard people say good things about... Can't give my opinion though. Skin freak. Ooh. You know, my cat just scared me. I really love these types of horror games. Skin freak, like that. Like, I love that aesthetic. Is it? Well, I added it to my cart. Oopsie. Did not mean to add it to my cart. No. I don't need 50. It's okay. Special edition is 70% off. Sorry, I had a stroke saying that. I will not lie.
Y'all ever heard of runner ducks? If you haven't, they may change your life. Haunted is not responsible for any side effects that may or may not happen. I am obsessed.
What about runner ducks? I love them. I've seen them before. I love them. They're so silly. Yeah, they're so silly. They're just so silly. Did blood wash? If I could spell right. Ooh! Oh my god, blood wash! Holy shit, I forgot about this game. I never played this myself. I'm pretty sure I watched Markiplier play it. That was a good one. Blood Wash was a really good... Ooh, do they have other ones? They have a zombie one. That shit was really good. Like, I really liked Blood Wash. What's this one? They have a sniper game too. Interesting. What is it, silly? You? Well, I'll Uno reverse card to you, Kai. 3 Len. Because you are also silly. I don't know why I put spaces in between each part of your name. But apparently there is a space now. What was Little Misfortune's Fox's? I don't remember. I've never played Little Misfortune. Misfortune. Yeah. Am I on the thing? Alien. Colonial Marines. I can't speak. Mint name. Did I do something wrong? I don't know. Kai, because I went to say your name, Kai, and then everything compelled me, finish it. Finish the sentence. Finish the name. Then I said your full government name. Your full government meme. What else? Misery. Ooh, Vain. Da-da-da-da-da. Ooh, I need to add this. This is a friend slop game. Yeah, I have seen a lot of Little Misfortune, and I love it. I've never played it, so I am intrigued about it. I also love her little voice. I love mimicking her little voice. It's so cute, so funny. I am just like peeling my muffin apart. I won't lie. Oh, I need to tell you guys. I can turn up the music. I realize I can't even hear it. I guess it is catchy. Is it just playing spaghetti on repeat, or did I cue it up twice? I think I queued it up twice. You know what we do need? Maybe no money. I hate bananas. I love banana bread. You know, that's real as hell. Banana bread is really good. Yikes forever. Yikes. If you haven't, you've also got to play. Yeah, I've never played Fran either. Oh. Little. There we go. Oh, she's cheap right now. Offer ends November 3rd. Okay, I might go on a little shopping spree. Yeah. I don't know why I'm sitting like this. It makes it harder to read. Main Squeeze being the only non-explicit song on the album. Oh. What did I just hit? Hold on. Oh. It was a cat toy. It was a cat toy. That's what it was. Infant no occurrence. I had to process what the frick you had typed there. What the fuck, Nikki? I really was staring. That's what took me so long to read that, because I was like, okay, yeah, I know what you're saying. Of like, that's the only explicit song on that album. Okay. And then I was staring. I was like, what the fuck did you just tell me? Infant no currency. They're in love. They are. Hold on, we're gonna queue up Main Squeeze. This song, Eat Slay Love. I love my other languages and songs. Back the fuck up. I love 1-800 I love so much. I love Taller No Taller No Money. Taller No Ants. Time I try to save money, dude, Steve, it happens all the fucking time. They know how to get us. They want our money, bro. It's Main Squeeze. I was like, what did I queue up? Also, I really can't see today. So I actually really had to wear my glasses. Mental breakdown really quickly. Can I scream with you too? We could scream together. I'll hold your hand. Is your PC once a week save? Oh my god. Am I okay? I have to do something catastrophe. Oh my god, come on, eyes. Do your thing. Focus. I'm yelling at my own eyeballs. I'm sorry. Lock changes messed up my head. That's fair. I've been having too many things go wrong. It's okay, Kai. I will actually scream with you because my eyes are not focusing. So I'm having the hardest time reading, and I'm going to lose my mind because they are just not focusing. Is that good? No, it's probably not healthy, but here we are. Most of these glasses are dirty. What was I trying to read up above? I enjoy bananas, but then again, I might just enjoy the shape of my mouth. like dick, Doc? Damn. Me. I'm still downloading games on my old Switch. It's so bad. I want to... Ooh, play Minecraft. That is fair. Minecraft is very fun. We need to get you a new computer and Switch. Switch eventually. Switch probably more prevalent because we don't have space for you to get a computer. But, you know. Nikki, Nikki, you need to buy Power Wash. I say that with just, I need this to go down. That's what... Maybe what she said? Let's play Siege. Nikki, all I can hear is your voice. I want to play Siege. As I'm screaming for my life and at dead of night. And keyboard together, calm down. I will never calm down. Why? I don't know. I just won't. Why Power Wash Simulator 2 so fucking bad? I forgot that shit was coming out. Bowed out. I'm consistent, you are. You have the same fluctuations in your voice. Anyways, I'm looking for horror games. Oh, I didn't even realize it had typed a U. But I also do want to buy it so bad. So it's a collective, we need to buy Power Wash Simulator. Oh shit, the rundown for this week. Today we're playing Dying Light. We're just gonna chill. I don't think I'm gonna do a super long stream. I say that. We'll see what happens because I said that last week. I said it past like 2 weeks. Didn't listen to myself. But Wednesday we will be doing, I have a silly little idea. We're either playing Phasmo or Outlast Trials. I'm kind of leaning towards Outlast Trials because I enjoy that a lot. But I also enjoy Phasmo and I haven't been on that in a while. But we're gonna do a little like sing along. We're just gonna be blasting music and singing along, and by that it's a requirement. So you all better be singing along. I don't know. I thought it would be really fun to just yeah. I don't know. I do it anyways, but you know. I don't know why I stopped. I didn't know where to start reading. Don't do a super long stream, so you'll play with me instead. You just gotta remind me because I will keep on playing. And then I hit it was 7 hours. I was hitting 7 hours last week, Nikki, for a stream. Not sure how horror it is, but Goodbye Sweet Carol. Oh yeah. That's a really pretty one that just came out. Do a little dance, do a little dance. Do ya wanna dance? I don't think I added that. Well. Oh. It's by Sweet Carol. That's what it is. I was watching like the making of that when they were doing early testing for it. So I was really excited for it. It looks really cute. Karaoke? Yes, essentially horror games with karaoke. On my computer, my boyfriend is at war. That's Car and Gar. Gar's on the computer right now playing Deadlock, but Car's out. Smoothie trenches. Okay. If you're playing Phasmo, Quiet would like to join you. See, I also realized Kai, because I was like, technically this Wednesday's supposed to be a community day stream. But I was like, well, I could play Phasmo or Outlast Trials. And technically with those two games, any of you guys can join if you do want to. So I'm like, okay, we'll do that. And then you are all forced to sing along if you join. Sing along through my tears. Yes, that's the whole point. Because it catches good moments of just funny. Big turnip stonks. Ooh, how much are your turnips selling for on your island? Or how much have you gotten? What's the highest selling price you've gotten for your turnips? I don't sell my turnips. I keep them in my chat. The little animation that BB Knows commissioned for this is so fucking cute. I love that artist so much. Probably won't be here if you play Phasmo. Fair. I love I'm really leaning towards more towards Outlast Trials. Oh, Nikki, I do cheap I'm a cheap whore on the island. No, no, don't you not a cheap whore? Oh my god. Nikki, you're not allowed to play Hunt for a while. He's too special. Exactly. He's our special little turnip. He's the turnip that stays on like the shelf because it's just like, oh, are you gonna get rid of that one? You're gonna sell it for high price? No. That's my golden turnip. But I miss Hunt. Yeah, but did you see what the event is? Did you see what the event is? I don't know if you're even... Oh. Oh, yeah, no, Nikki, you were straight up not allowed to. Me and Jordy talked about it, and we're like, well, I guess she's not playing. If you look at the thumbnail of Hunt, it also shows it if, like, you're shopping for Hunt Showdown. Yeah, I mean this in the most dearest way and the most serious way. You are not allowed to, Nikki. Oh, no. Bring back the old emo days? Fuck yeah, RAR XD? Hi, Jack. Or how do I... You gotta have like the... Oh, but your name. You need the XX at the beginning of your name and the end of the name. And then it's... Mwah. Perfection. I miss the old emo days. I miss the old emotes of typing them out. Good day, good day. I hope you are well. Welcome in. We're playing horror eventually today. Eventually at some point. We were playing Dying Light... The Beast. I forgot what the name of it was for a second. You're my first choice, very valuable. At least someone wants me, even if I'm last choice. Yeah, you're our first choice here. Banned from playing game. Wow. Yeah. See, Kai, it's the same thing as a dog for you as Spider is for Nikki. And the entire event for a Hunt Showdown is literally revolving around spiders. The entire event. There's a new spider boss. There's spider mini enemies that crawl at you. There's webs everywhere. All of the, like, battle pass thing is spider themed. Nikki's fucked. Hi, Dion. Hi. It's too early for me. Real as hell. I have an appointment in a couple of minutes, by the way, but okay. Yeah. You should watch the trailer. Yeah. Yeah, it's a really cool skins. The stuff is really cool. It is just, unfortunately, most literally your worst nightmare. Anyways, I love you. Have fun at your appointment in a few minutes. I've played Hunt in years. I do love Hunt. We have nothing to fear but fear itself and spiders. Okay, and the dark. Oh my god. So B recorded when we went to Not Scary Farm. It was mainly audio recording, so I need to finish drawing the stuff for her to go get for that. Jesus Christ, why are you up, Jack? Why are you up? Just gonna like shove the pillow over your face and like go back to sleep. Go back to sleep. And dying alone. Mostly dying. No! And underwater and dogs. Yeah. Oh, what was I saying? Oh, I'm very scared of the dark. One of the mazes we went into at Knott's, after 11 p.m., they turn off all of the lights. They turn off all of the lights in the maze. And they send you in with a flashlight. And the flashlight is essentially like... They put a cover on it and like the little tiny lens. They put a little tiny dot in the middle. Oh no, not my Oshwats. I knocked over my Oshwats. Hold on, my Oshwats. Oh, I have a really cool card I gotta show Kai. But they turn off all the lights and they send you in with a dinky fucking little flashlight. And I was losing my shit. I was in the front. I was trying to keep up with the two girls in front of us that were really brave because I was scared. I was mortified of the dark. Not so much of the scare actors. They were scaring me. I just do not like the dark at all whatsoever. Did not want any part of it. Wanted out of there so fucking fast. I was mortified. I was dragging B along. I was like, we gotta fucking go. We gotta get out of here. I was like, this is fucking Outlast Trials, bro. Me going to bed at 5 a.m. and waking up at 9 a.m. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my god. You got no sleep. There's spiderweb with Alec for the first time and he's really... Oh, dude. One, even if you're not scared of spiders, walking into a spiderweb is like the worst fucking thing ever. So that makes it 10 times worse. I'm from the Sorry, I struggled with that whole sentence, Jack, and then I saw the word spiders are massive. You were entirely right. Some of the spiders aren't bad spiders, though. But politely and kindly, they just need to stay out of my house. If they're outside, okay. But I don't want no huntsmen in my house. I don't care if they're there just for the bugs. I've only made friends with a couple of spiders, and a lot of them have died. So, Didn't like turn out to me when he showed up at 4 a.m. I have to be at 6 a.m. Oh my god. Everybody needs more sleep here. Vocal stems. Please type out your vocal stems every once in a while, Kai, so that we know that you're alive. I'm so intrigued by that game. I kind of want to get it for myself. Can think of something worse. What's worse than walking into a spider web? Haunted. I went to. They're like a slogan was, "Don't be afraid of the dark. Be afraid of what's in it." Oh, that's exactly why I'm scared of the dark. Steve, do they just know how my brain works? Because that's why I'm scared of the dark. I'm not scared of like the dark, but like I can't see, so I don't know what's that. Sorry, I just saw Doc's message. Yeah. I'm a spider that Sarah made friends with. The fucking 9/11. Had a shower with a huntsman once. That was fun. Well, did the huntsman get clean too? Was he nice? I fucking love it. I can't see. Okay, when game starts, haunted leaves. Fair, haunted. Are you still playing Animal Crossing? Is that your agenda for the whole day? Well, for the rest of the day, I should say, for you. Not the whole day. I mean, it could have been. Yo-hoy, yo-hoy. Yo-hoy. Bro, it's like, no joke, I am scared of the dark. And literally, it's because my paranoia goes, and I'm like, I don't know what's there. Somebody could be right in fucking front of me, and I would never know. Also, I was looking for horror games. I don't like that horror game. I can shoot the monsters. That's too much power. I must have no power so I can fear. Until reading time. Ooh, what are you currently reading? Oh, I did finish reading Jurassic Park. It now lives up there. I'm not good. It lives up there. It's in that pile. I did finish Jurassic Park. So now I'm trying to start to read My Best Friend's Exorcism. By that, I literally have not started. The pages are fucking massive, though. I think because I got so used to reading, Jurassic Park with small form. Even this one, like, The Exorcism book's huge. I also need to finish that. I'm like halfway through. But I finished Jurassic Park finally. I had like 20 pages left. The ending's crazy. It just kept going. I did enjoy the ending. I need to buy the second book now so I can read that, because now I'm intrigued what happens in that book, because the character that is in that movie is no longer there. And I know what that's going to be about because they lead up to it at the end of Jurassic Park. But I'm like, huh? Shower with a huntsman? Here's that. She wanted my heart in a box for the queen. Oh, I fucking love Snow White. I don't actually. I do love her, but not that much. Hunger Games be calling me? I spent so long searching for my book. Ooh. Yapping about the Hunger Games in Discord. Fuck yeah, as you should. I've never read the books. I've watched the movies. I do know about the books, and I know the differences because my best friend reads, and she will literally explain the entire thing to me. She will break down a book page by page. So that's how I read my books, or at least I used to. Think you like this game? I love rhythm games of all sorts. And I like the noises that it makes. That's fair. I do like reviews without spoilers. Oh my god, we have Slay the Princess. I forgot. Let me see. Because I know the Gothic just finished a book 2 that I really want to read. Where was it? Oh yeah, The Cat Who Saved Books. I really wanted to read that one. Done. I will be medicated again. Yeah! Medicated! I need to go back to my messages with you. I leave that there. How long we been yapping? I need to drink my coffee so I can go get more. Because I made iced coffee, but I would like warm coffee. There just wasn't enough. Except the first game. Oh, dude, I still need to play the first game DLC. Because I've never played it. I do like the recap for this game. It literally includes that. But it's so funny watching the recap. But I'm so... I want to play it. I want to finish replaying the first game again. I want to replay the second game too, because I want to get the second ending. But that means I literally have to play the entire story again. Just gave one of my villagers medicine Animal Crossing, so she gave me a school desk and sneezed on me. That's fucking crazy, Haunted. That's fucking crazy. Loving the little dune buggy they give you. Ooh, yeah, see, I want to drive that little dune buggy. I do have a whole car in this game, so I guess it's like the same. But I want the dune buggy. The sister asked if I was medicated. I said, nah, I'm a raw dog. Fucking raw dog in life over there. Then I, cause you're mine. Dead Zone. Goblin. Clean up. I was holding back the joke. We could play the quarry. Peanut butter puffs pop up in your mouth. I'm so glad my wife is not here. Like my other wife. I would set her off. Peanut butter puffs pop in your mouth. That scene is so fucking funny in that game.
Girlie stared me dead in the face, said, I hope you don't catch what I had, then fucking sneezed on me like a bomb.
I just imagine, you know that little squeezy toy that goes beep beep, it like squeaks as it, and tongue like sticks out? The one that explodes, because like that's what I imagine with that sneeze. Oh my god. I was about to ask Nikki if she was free on Halloween. She's not. We all should play Gone Fishing. But also, I want to play Content Warning. I miss Content Warning. In my love. No, I am. You are free? You're not doing anything free. You work? What if I show before Halloween? When do you need that costume for? Sure, I had to gracefully shove the whole thing. Oh. What do you need that costume for? The Content Warning is good. I fear... Oh, what hit me? I fear there is a dog-like creature in that, but by that, you can't even see the dog-like creature because you have to shine a flashlight on him to make him disappear. I'll have to show you examples of it. I have an example of me getting mauled to death by it, and by that, my body's just being flung in the air because he's invisible. It's quite funny. I think you would really enjoy Content Warning, though, Guy. It's that same silly type vibe. But it's also horrific. But it's great. Wish I could play more games with you. I know. I need to set up BG3 Community Day. So I need for the first? Oh, we're doing Sorry, Mochi just flipped. Big group thing. What are y'all doing for the first? Job you've done on me, sir. Like Halloween party? Send it. I want to play, yet no one else has it. Really? Halloween party. Okay, actual Halloween party. Halloween party. Hey, girly, stop eating your tail. Yeah, you. She's going fucking crazy, bro. Well, I'll have to drag you to play it. I don't... Nikki, did you ever get content warning? Yeah, I honestly did not know what the fit was for, besides Halloween in general. President, if you committed BG's fit, you want to join? I know. That's a sad thing. Oh, hi, Fire! I will need you guys gods tomorrow because I have an interview. Ooh, train driver job. Okay. Well, you got this. I believe in you. Sending you all of the luck. I need to finish eating all this. I believe in you, Kai. They are. Mochi is literally in her hammock, Goko. But she's rolling around on her back, trying to catch her tail. Now she's calm. But I'm like, you are so weird. I shouldn't have eaten this whole muffin, but I guess I was hungry. I suppose I'm allowed to eat. Let me throw this away really quick. I just have to go to the other side of my desk. No, don't smack me. Did a drive-by poke her butt and she smacked me. I think you'll do great, Fire. That is stressful, but it's just a job interview. It's fine. You got this. Okay. We have roles to do with the jury and everything. That's intriguing. It'll be fine. They're literally, it's an interview still. I mean, it's like an audition. You go into auditions sometimes and you have a whole panel of people. So it's okay. Exactly. I agree with Haunted. Honestly, you got this far, so that's really fucking good. Yay, she can play games again. Okay, where's the beginning? Should be here. First up is Doc. Let's see. 3, 13, and 6. You know, seems about right. Hating life. But you know, we're here, so you got a little happiness. Kai. 15, 16, and 6. I believe in you beating the boss. That is Haunted. 2, 6, and 9. No, you're actually doing amazing because you got 69. That's how it works. That is how it works. Turn up. 13, 5, and 16. Overall doing great. A little hurt that Twitch gaslit was gaslighting you into thinking stream wasn't here. Fire. That checks out. You almost got 6, 6, 6. You got 6, 6, and 7. You're stressed out, but you're doing fine still. There's too much color on one side of my lips. Okay, let's see. 2, 17, and 7. Overall, you are doing fine, but you are still depressed because you got a 2. But you're doing fine. You are tired, that's it. Oh, it's on that side. 6 and 9, and I am sick, and my villager... So true, I forgot you were sick. And your villager is sneezing on you. Your villager is making it worse. Yippee! I fucking knew it! Ehehehehe. I'm glad you beat your boss. That'd be jealous. I still was looking for horror games. Blood types seems interesting. Hey, that'd be jealous. Until Dawn. I've never played like the remake remastered. I want dinosaur horror games. I want dinosaur horror games. Please, dinosaur horror games. Please. I want you. But I don't think they're out yet. Ooh. I didn't realize Into the Dead. Our Darkest Days was out. That was on my list for the longest time, but it was never out. Dino Cop is so fucking good. Dino Crisis. True, Dino Crisis is good. I did play that recently. Very fun. Very fun. SCP-5K. Oh, that's that one. I fucking love Teto. Fear and Hunger. Scarlet Hollow. Nuclear Nightmare. I need a group to play that again. That one's just so hard to play. The clean my apartment. Oh my god, we got two people cleaning with me today. Hell yeah. Hi, Shaylin. I love you, Shaylin. I love you so much. do. PC needed to update? I mean, fair. You don't go into too much. My hair roll. I'm here with y'all, but my low roll, I'll never be able to play video games. Yeah, you know, that sounds about right, dog. That sounds about right. I just need to wait until Nox get... Oh, you're trapped. Okay, fair. Yeah, you are not allowed to clean until Nox allows you to, until the little man says, okay, now you can. Can I update my PCB to window... Oh. Why can you not? Cleaning is hard. Cleaning is hard, dude. I gotta clean. I'll be looking. Okay. What, you're already at rhythm? So, you're tired. Play 3 hours of Power Wash Sim 2. Real as hell. As you should. That's important. You're going to war for us because we haven't bought Power Wash Simulator 2 yet. You're completing the war. You're cleaning. Oh my god, Plague Inc. I forgot about that game. You don't meet the sets of requirements. I'm just like, why can you not? Like, do you not want to or something else? That's crazy. Oh my god, State of Decay. I should play that again. It's been a while. I just see if there's any chill art. Life is hard. Dude, Nikki, I miss World War Z. Ellipsium? Interesting. I need some good indie horror games. I guess I can look online too, because there's the one place that I get horror games as well. I was about to look up a game and then I immediately forgot, so gonna scroll all the way down again. Oh, Chilla Art. I was gonna look up something, scrolled all the way to the top, completely forgot. Friend has more hours in Power Wash Sim than on my account than I do. Because when they come over, they mostly just ignore me and play Power Wash. That's so real. That's real as hell of them. But also, damn. What the freak. Friends to play Killing Floor 2 with. That is fair. Man. I remember playing Killing Floor a lot when I was younger. 23, 20. Digicam. Ooh, I think Digicam is the most recent. Chillas. Let me check Chillas are. Revelation release date. Ooh, they have a demo up. So they have a new game coming. That's exciting. Oh, that just came out October 7th. They have a demo. Oh, it's that fish one. Ah. It's a fishing game. Did you say Digicam? Well, yes. The horror game, Cursed Digicam. I also have a Digicam on my desk. I think I might get a couple of Chillazard games, and maybe we play that. The Kidnap. Oh, I don't like the sound of that. The Karaoke. These games are literally so hit and miss of, okay, is this going to be a paranormal one, or is this going to be a real life horror? Because they scare me. And they, oh, sorry, Mochi. They'll get Power Wash 2. Got really beefy system. Interesting. I did not know that. Just realized my birthday is on Wednesday. So I can hang out. Fuck yeah. Hopefully you have a good birthday. I mean, we will be seeing you on your birthday. Me is digital camo. Interesting. Digicam is digital camera for me. Interessante. Interessante. What are we at right now? Stirring my coffee. Don't mind me. I made a silly little TikTok that I'm going to post tomorrow. And it's very silly. I need to yell at Jordy because he never watched it. And how dare he? The fuck he playing Fortnite for? Ooh. Actually, joke's on him. That actually reminded me. I need to actually open up Epic Games because there was a free game that was on there that he told me about. So I need to go get that. In the hour joy, artificial facade, from the thought of a god. I love Epic with their free games. Alembic. Oh, here we go. Ooh. Okay. Meow, 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 meow. To come along, come get, please obtain. The free game currently. Oh, Bloomhouse. I think that's why I knew what it was. It's one of the Bloomhouse games. Fear the Spotlight is free right now in Epic Games for anybody who has Epic Games and like free games. Next up on the free game list, it says October 30th to November 6th is Bendy and the Ink Machine, just the first one. And then it's Into the Pit. FNAF. I love you, Thorno. Freedom. Honkai. Honkai looks really fun. I won't lie. Seeing that new man for Genshin is really tempting to go back into it. But I have it downloaded on my fucking iPad, so yeah. Had to purchase Red Dead Redemption when it was on sale? No! Just wait for it to go on sale again. It probably will. Gar's still playing. Still playing Deadlock. Just want to say that. Can I change this? I guess I can. Okay. Is this? Yes, this is 9-inch nails. Frick yeah. Love you, Turnip. You are a good boy. You're very good. You're the bestest. You're the bestest around. Beast 11-week roadmap. Did not know they had a roadmap. Wow. Let's see. It's too much reading. Unfortunately, I'm cursed with the ability of being illiterate and hating reading. Anyways, it is that time. We're gonna play some game. We're playing Dying Light the Beast today, so we're just gonna chill out and play a little bit of the story. I don't know. I want to finish this game on stream, I think. Sweatshirt do you wear? I mean, small, medium. I would say. I wear larges sometimes because I like big oversized sweatshirts, but like realistically, medium is perfectly fine. Small is what actually will fit. It was very funny because Leader said it in the nicest way. He didn't actually realize how small I was because it's very hard to tell behind a screen, but I'm like, no, I am the fun size, the candy when they shrink it, that's me. Frick yeah, okay. In all jokes and manner, added to the box. That box is gonna be scary. Do you need a new turn-up? I don't want to get another new one because it just sits here. I don't want it to just go to... It's not going to waste. Truth be told, for a while, my cats were sleeping on it, Turnip. But because they keep on knocking stuff down in my closet, they also sleep in all of my nice sweaters as well. Like, it's literally not just... Got t-shirts, too. Do you have new mug? New mug will be the biggest offer. I get most use out of mug, even though I don't use too much of my mugs. But I do try to cycle through them, at least when I drink at night. When I drink teas. As you can see, Phasmo mug will sit there. My Aperture Science mug just holds my keys now. So I use them for trinkets sometimes too. Hee. I should probably put yours on my shelf and just hold it for a trinket. Ooh, shameless plug. Fuck yeah. For you? Ew. Sorry, the ew wasn't to you. It was to... Why did my Google... Okay, Google. I'm trying to fucking scoot up. Those are cute. Minecraft. Why did my... My Google signed me out. That's what the eel was, because I was like, wait, where's my color? That was so weird. I don't know why it signed me out. Yes, that's me. Getting second boss fight. I'm gonna lose. No, I believe in you. Oh, thank God. Please. Yeah. Allow. What happened to my Google? You guys, what happened to my Google? I had a Hawks picture on the back of my Google for the longest fucking time, and then it just got rid of it. That is the most horrific thing. I need to find this Hawks picture now. Dude, I don't know where this Hawks picture is gonna be. Do I have him on this computer? Oh my God, no. My Hawks picture. It's fucking gone. Do I change it to One Piece? I've always had Hawks. Nikki, do I change it away from Hawks? Sorry, I have a screenshot from, oh my God, this is horrific. I need to find that Hawks. Oh, I found the picture. That was the dude opening up Google, because when I opened up the I have One Piece right now, because I was like, do I just customize it here? Do we fall the air in water? Put him back. Oh, thank God. Do I want that? This one's good. Okay. Okay, order is restored. We have Hawks back on my screen. I love this Hawks image so much, and it is just what I see Google as now that I cannot I can't change it. That was mortifying. This box is sent before. Yeah, you do. The box is gonna scare me. Why the frick did it open like that? I don't have my other accounts now. This one should be. Yippee. Do 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 do. Okay. Okay. Everything order is restored. Hi, Goomper. Hello. Sorry. I opened up my Google. I still do use Google Chrome. I like Google Chrome. But I opened it up and it got rid of all of my settings. It logged me out and I didn't know where my Hawks picture went. I was devastated for a mere moment. I played Dying Like the Beast for 5 hours already. ITBOYBBNO $. I'm doing good other than that. Come here. Come on. We have Cat. The Gen Z M&M. That's me. That's right. Okay. Do you love your glasses? Why, thank you. I actually need them today because my eyes are not focusing. Excuse me. Okay, so we're playing Down Like the Beast. We are switching over to the game right now. Kitty, yes. Mochi. She's just like walking back and forth. I think she wants out, so I'm gonna go get some more coffee and everything. Why you say no to? T-B-O-Y B-B-N-O $. That's me. That's right. It's switching to game. Ah, I see. You were just devastated. Can this change? It boy. Hi. She's headbutting me. Just gonna. It changed. Damn. I have a lip tint on, so it doesn't really. Usually when I have red lipstick on, I try to give her a smooch on the forehead. Oh no, she's laying down. Mochi, I was gonna get up. I mean, she loves you? Yes, she does. She's purring and giving me kisses. That's right. That's me. That's right. T. I just said T. Just T. Okay, we switched to here. And hopefully everything works. She's adorable. Yes, she is. I love her so much. Okay, so the game didn't actually... Josh! Hello! What? Well, that's just fucking rude, game. Sorry, I switched back here because the game was taking far too long to open, and the moment I switched it back, it opened. How rude. Anyways, hi Josh, how are you doing? It's so nice seeing you again. How are you doing? My feet are fucking cold, bro. I'm fucking cold. I'm waiting for the game sound. There we go. I got free item? Oh. Okay, there's Mr. Kyle Crane. That's not the right button. Don't ask why there was an accent with that. I just panicked. Inactive? Yes, I know it's inactive because I tapped out of it. Oh, instantly. I need a sneeze, bros. Okay. Well, I wanted to go...
I see Sarah took her annual shower.
Not the annual shower. Yes, and my hair looks wet still because it's actually quite stiff because there's gel in it. Would you guys mind if I left you here for a second? You look so funny. She looks so funny, just like, well, here I am now. What else is stiff? Nikki? Yeah. I beat the second boss because you're too fucking good, Kai. You're too fucking good. Holy shitted. You shitted yourself. Oh, ow. So, like, to go down the internet rabbit hole, and so far one of the weirdest I've gone down is ravioli and earphone jack things. Oh, look, it's Crane. Oh, look, it's Crane. Back at it again.
If you guys have a prime, slap that prime on the table like a big fucking cock.
Exactly.
Tell everybody that you have a
Let
big
me,
fucking dick today and slap that prime on the fucking table right now.
Let me check my graphics. I'm on custom. It seems to be fine. I mean, I didn't change anything. HUD, accessibility, audio. Do we have subtitles on? Yes. Mochi, what are you doing? Do you want the window open? She does. Can you pet the cat? I can. Oh, really? She walked away. There's cats in Power Wash too? What the freak? So freaking cool. makes it 10 times better of a game. I gotta tell Anthony that Power Wash came out. I love this because this happened in the first one too, and I'm like, yeah. Pets, pets, pets. Pets, pets, pets.
Attract a
Pets,
beast
pets,
to a
pets,
train
pets,
tunnel.
pets, pets.
It's not a volatile. It's smarter, faster, stronger. It attacks in broad daylight. It had me. Could have killed me, but it didn't. It
Moving
escaped when an
rocks.
explosion collapsed the tunnel.
Cool, I see.
For now, the town hall's safe.
Oh. 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 I don't know if she wants in or out, but she wants the window open so she can look. That's all that I know. I need to go get my water eventually. Oh yeah, I put myself up here because I was absolutely dying down there. The car's back. Dude, I exploded that car last time. Okay. Yeah, there's a truck there. Did I move the map? Okay. Because I got distracted. What if I leave you guys looking at the beaver? I think she wants out. Remnant 2, you can have a dog and you can pet it. I love that. I love cat better, but I still do love that. There's something else over there, but... Yeah, don't hit the mic like that, ma'am. That's what I was looking for. Okay. I am leaning forward, but because Mochi keeps on coming over here. How would you guys like this experience? Would you like some background music? ITBOY BBNO $. There. Okay, anyways, I didn't mean to throw that object. Will not lie. Did not mean to. Let's just bring out this. What's that? Can I? That's bees. Oh, that doesn't seem... oh, I collected honey. Does anybody's eyes... Okay, you know, I don't think I wanted a calm experience. Don't touch my toes. Anyway, so we see here today that we have very strong flashlights and they... Oh. A man has fallen. But he fell. Don't harass the bees. I guess I didn't... The bees are friends. The bees are friends because I just took their honey and they didn't do anything about it. There was something I wanted up there, but I didn't know how to get it. So we're going to investigate that because I did stuff there. I'm trying to get to that top part, but I can't get in there. Let me in. But I did run up here in a frantic move because there were so many zombies, and unfortunately all of my hard work of killing those zombies, they're back now. Excuse me, pardon me, excuse me. Let's just go up here. Are they okay? The bees are fine. Hey, the touch my toes. Why are you who's touching your... Get down, Crane. Who's touching your toes, Josh? How do we do that? Okay. I could break that down. I could break that down. Break that now, y'all. Oh my god. Honey is vegan. Honey, great. I love honey. See, because there was stuff up in this house. But, like, there's no way in. There was, like, no way into this place. Oh, wait, didn't I find, like, the basement? No. Locked. TBOYBBNO $. That's right. That's me. Bonk. 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 Why do I fucking sound like the... Is that my health? Let's drink. Excuse me. Fighting me. Excuse me. I so rag. Number go up. Number go up. Hey, so there's a lot of zombies here. And I don't mind them, but... Ooh, what's this? Currently unpowered. Oh, she fell. Sorry, ma'am. I hate when it does that. I hate it a lot. Okay, heavy equipment? Stop that. I'm trying to talk to my chat. D-E-O-I. Oh! Is your door open? Only door open one. Okay. Hey, so there's a lot of you? I didn't know... I didn't know I had a gun. Hey. Whoa, whoa! Why did he float towards me? His body gracefully, majestically just floated towards me. You didn't know that one of my little creatures... Wait, yeah, little creature... Oh, I didn't show you the card that I have. Hi, Robbie. Made it to a stream? Yes, how are you doing? How have you been? Don't mind the mess that I've created. Nothing... There's no blood anywhere. No one's hurt at all in this room. Sending it early. Fight for you, scream. Creatures that fight for you scream murder. Murder. I love that. Your phone's just a little silly. Nobody exploded in this room. Nobody. Me when I you was Mummy? Sorry. Mummy? Sorry. See, it opened up this room, but nothing in this room. Okay, did I loot your body? Oh, I didn't loot your body. Hey, so there's too many of my friends opening Deadlock now, and that's how I crouch. And that's kind of crazy. I really like Deadlock. Did y'all know I really like Deadlock? See, I can't open these doors. Crane could bust these doors down. Yeah, I don't know, the best part of me, moving a huge pile of rocks? Electrician? Not an earth move? Yeah, why are you moving rocks? Why are they telling you to kick rocks? Sorry, buddy. Like, I want in here. I want in here. I want in here. Ooh. Ooh, sorry, dude. Oh, okay. Because we dug a hole. Oh. No, that's my rage meter. I forgot which meter was reader. Oh, hey, he's looking at us. Dead on the floor looking at us. You know what song we should play? Diggy Diggy Hole. Because I've gotten up there. I miss my grapple. The grapple's so fun. There's things in that house, but I'm going to choose to ignore it for a little bit. Ow. Sorry, dude. I don't know why I said ow. Okay, that was just quite rude. Get off me. Stop hitting my car. I'm driving. Okay, anyways. So we're in the car. Bonk. What's happening to you?
It hurts.
Wait. Do you have an arm? Oh, you do.
Thank you. I wouldn't make it.
Anyways, have fun. Is he dead? Did that survivor immediately die? What the freak? Get off my car! Get off my car! Dude, he immediately died! We saved that man and he died! Calm down there, Crane. Yeah, you're going sicko mode, but like... Calm down. Can I search his body? You stay over there. No, he's still like playing soccer and everything. You so right. You so right. Somebody's dying over there. Oh, it's you guys. I didn't fully search that body. I love how I can just... No, get me out of the car. You hit my car. How did I... There we go. Okay. Are you... Stay down. Somebody else is here. I should just really drive away. So, Mikor... You help and immediately die. No, not that. I'm gonna get help. Anyways, now I have perished. Suddenly have... Oop. My car's all smoking because they were hitting it. Okay, detour over, because I know that was such a long detour last stream. Which way? It's a little hard to see. Wait, I think that's bad, people. I'm gonna have to just drive through that, yeah. That zombie looked like he had stuff. He did. Whoa. Dude, she fucking... Get the fuck out of there, Grade! Get the fuck out of there! This vehicle is about to explode. I hope it kills them. Why did he do that? He scared the shit out of me, dude. Oh, okay, Crane. Okay. Why is there so many of them? Well, I guess it's the perfect time to go sicko mode. So sorry. You! You're the one I want. You. Can I don't know how to slam down. Oh! Sorry, sir. You know, just thought you needed a little chiropractor appointment. I do like sicko mode, just quite fun. Sicko mode is quite fun. Now I have to loot all these bodies. Oh. 3? Fuck you. That you... Get the one that I want, dude. You the one I want. He was the one that I want. Even in the first game, I wish there was auto-looting. I do agree with that. I mean, if you let the body sit long enough, then they turn into little snack packets. Ooh, sorry, your intestines are out. And then you could just pick up just the snack packet instead of having to, like, loot them like this. But I can agree. Old world bunny. Well, what am I gonna use that for? Okay, I wanted to look into this. But the man that was there scared me. He did give me a good ol' jump scare. Cookies! Anything else in there? No. Can I search trash can? Yeah. How have you been though, Robbie? How has life been treating you? Somebody walking by me? Oh, yeah. Unfortunately, a zombie. Okay, nothing will hurt me while I'm like this. There is a safe house or some sort of loot house there. All the same old it feels. You know, that's fair. Oh, who put just one common drink in their trunk? Ooh, I did get one fuel. Oh, what fuel am I gonna... There was another car. You're telling me that didn't explode that? Well, that's quite nice. Oh, it is happening. Coco is in fact now playing Dying Light. The first one. Start the car faster, Crane, please. Please and thank you. Okay, so I kind of want to stop. Sorry, that was personal. I want to stop at this house and see what's happening here. Oh, hold on. He's very armored. I think I just ran someone over. Cars are back, finally? Yeah. Get off my car. Get off my car. Well, down we go. I'm now just using this car as a weapon. There's too many zombies up here. Oh, it's a safe zone in here. Okay, he's back on my car. Get off my car. Hey, so that's about to explode. Perfect. Wipe them all out. What's happening in here? Oh. I have to fight that big guy. Excuse me. Pardon. Oh, big guy, big man. Big man, too big. Okay, we're gonna sit up here for a second. Finally home. How do I kick? Hey, you didn't obey my kick. Okay, come on. Oh! My plan has backfired. I don't have that many bullets. Jesus Christ! They fucking hit me so hard. Get off my car. Totally legal acquired a car. Yes. The key was in it. It was sitting there. I did a run and I have a little... Oh! Now time to chill. Fuck yeah. But not cheap. Whoa. That was very jarring seeing from this angle. Ooh, castle. Damn. Car gone. Car. In fact, gone. The instinct because of Battlefield 6 gameplay, I was about to jump off and just glide down. I don't have a parachute. This isn't Battlefield 6. Woo. I mean, not fall. One point in a time can we start making fun of tragedies? Whoa. That's a good question. I don't know. I feel like the Battlefield 2. Yes, you do. I do highly recommend it. I think it's really fun. I really like it. Running on the railing. Excuse me. The tall grass. I don't think I want to risk that. Oh, I can risk it. I don't like being in this mucky brown water. Yeah, Battlefield 6 right now is really fun. I mean, it's still gonna be really fun. I loved the testing of it. It was great. It's on my wish list. No, that's real. Hey, so like, can I turn this power back on? There's a lot of people in here. Oh, that's so cool. Hold on, you guys. I gotta do that again. And the hold on was... Oh no, oh no. I did that right next to an explosive. Somebody hit my fucking ankles. This is a really fucking fun weapon. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, I gotta go, bro. I gotta go. There's one left. That was a really inconvenient time to get stunned and grabbed. Okay. Anyways. So I fear there was a zombie right next to me. Okay. It's okay. Battlefield 6. I don't like that. Stop it. Ow. Okay, I learned my lesson. I won't hit them. Currently unpowered. Oh, can I turn these on eventually? What do you mean currently unpowered? Because, like, I got electrocuted. For some reason, other platform version is buggy and don't want to work properly. Interesting. Did not know that. There is a lot of problems. Not problems with it, but, like, if your computer does not meet the requirements, you have to, like, fix it. If it does not meet it, it will not work. And I had to go into my BIOS and like change things for it. Perfectly acceptable, and I'm glad I did because I love that game. Meowdy howdy Gothic, how are you? Blocked from the other side? Can I like... Like what the fuck do you mean blocked from the other side? It was just... Ooh! How do I... Ah. Like, how do I turn on my flashlight? I'm gonna take a moment. Okay. I'm like, I haven't looked at everything. So I don't know... What level am I? 3. I see. I see. Oh, look at him. He's so cool. He thinks he's so cool. Do I have another shirt? You just... Taking off his shirt was the funniest thing. Don't... Ooh. Oh, but that's really cool. I'm gonna save that. Let's put this on. This one's also dying. We'll just replace it with another crowbar. That's that. Do I have that out? No, I have this one out. This one's really great. That's a lot of... That was very scary. That was very scary. That was a lot of eyes. Oh my good heavens. Crafting. Do I have a lot of these? I have 8 right now. Okay. I do like the hand grenades. I'm gonna make more of these because I'm stupid and get hurt a lot. And I'd rather have a lot of those. Ooh, do I have a point? Normal skill point. Okay. I need that one. I need the drop kick. Reducing fall damage might be the best next thing to do because I keep on I keep on just falling. I want the grapple hook, but I don't think there's a I don't think there's a normal grapple hook. What is this? It's power shot. I don't think there's a normal grapple hook. I think it's only with the beast mode. What is in inventory? Oh. Let's put that there. That's the other new one. That looks really freaking cool. Does that say goose? The goose? Pretty fucking cool. Me lagging out. It's just spazzing the hell out. That's okay. I'll hold on for dear life. No! No, we're not throwing you. No, we're not. We're not gonna throw you anywhere. Do you have service manuals? Okay. I still need to look at map. Spotter, I have a break? Bitch, he had a break. It's called lunch. That's so funny. Okay, that sounds like a bold fucking lie when I say it like that. That's so funny. That sounds like I'm fucking lying. So you, damn, bitch, with a freak. Freak? You are a freak. Okay, everybody's mad at me. Okay, hold on. I wasn't calling you guys a freak. I was calling my chat freaks. Hey, I want power again. All of those say currently unpowered, and I'm very intrigued. Maybe I shouldn't have hit that. I don't know what compelled me to do that. I do like these weapons. I think I like these a lot. I think I like it. Hey, we're running for our life. That's a cliff. Water. Water. Can he not get up here? Okay, I shouldn't speak ever. Oh, oh wait, you kicked me off, dude. How rude. Okay, that should be. Yeah. Okay. Hey, yo. Yeah. Oh, hey. Snack packet. What are you doing in here? Get out of here. This is. Oh. Okay, I would like a. I didn't want that. Sorry, sir. I need to change my weapons. Hold on. I have too many. I didn't mean to put this on there. Give me back the crowbar. Okay. I didn't mean to have all the like. What do you want? Get out of here. No, not you. I could throw my grenade. I'm not going to. Okay, you guys are making Crane freak the freak out. Okay, let's get out of here. Hey, so excuse me. Cannot be blocked or dodge? Yeah, that's fine. Oh, wait, you know what I could do? I forgot. Hold on, excuse me. Pardon me. So what we do, we are chilling with some... Okay. Hey, wait, that was very... Whoa. Oh my god, they're being so mean. Why did you suddenly electrocute? Why are you I don't know what is happening. I don't know why he started conducting. I need to itch my leg. I'm a freak and I'm proud. Dang, you're a freak and you're proud. Got grip strength. A glue stick? Damn, what are you gluing? So what we do? Free Shavakadu? Free Shavakadu. Sarah's having a freak out in a game? We're not and everybody else in chat chill? Yeah. It's starting to... This is how the normal chat is, though. Search for this. It's like when we played Dead by Daylight at night. For some reason, all of us, the monster... I forgot about that picture. We're not gonna look at that. It's a nice little fire. Somebody behind me? Somebody behind me? I don't know. Excuse me. Excuse me, pardon me. Yeah, DBD just fucking makes you wild, bro. The best hear me outs. I don't think there would be any hear me outs in this game because they're all zombies, so I feel like they would be stinky. Gross. Gruddy. But would we not hesitate for Nemesis? We love Nemesis. We love Nemesis. Get out of my way. Actually, where am I? Where am I going? I need to go up. I wanted this house. This is where we died. I finally returned back to the scene of the crime. My eye is going wonky. Oop.
Listen, Chad, I ain't gonna be real honest. I need someone to beat me like Sarah beats these zombies. Like kick, jump, kick down some stairs and call me Stinky Nemesis Hutch.
Oh. Why did it cut him off like that? Why did it cut him off so abruptly? Can failure that zombie cannot. I agree. I agree with that statement. This is why we love Nemesis. Whoa. Not you though. Okay. Hold on. Hold on, I gotta go beat him up. Ouchie, my head. Okay. Oh, ouchie, your head. Hey, let's get the frick out of here. I'm so sorry, man. I'm so sorry, dude. I didn't mean to do that to you. Okay, I meant to do that to you, but, oh, there was a back door. I don't know why they're all electrocuting. I don't know what's causing them to conduct like this. I don't know what's causing them to be to become electricity. Ow, that's what I did to him. Hi, me. Hello. Oh my good heavens. Ow. I missed that by a fucking mile. Oh, that was a grenade. Oh my god, it's a grenade attached to that. That's kind of sick. Okay. Hello. Oh, I knocked out my headphones. Yeah, whoa, B. Yeesh. We're pretty respectable with the I hate saying the horn dog. I hate saying that. We're pretty respectable here. Oh, can I not? Oh, I can't. Okay, I just crawled in there. Okay. Okay. This is a live wiring on the ground. That's the live. That's fair. It's still conducting. Why you got less hours? Oh, so essentially, a while ago, like maybe 2 weeks ago, we got a message from one of our union reps, at work. Oh. Oh. Sorry, I'm realizing this. And she was just letting us know that hours were gonna be essentially full-timers get a lot of hours cut and part-timers are not guaranteed like a certain amount of hours. It's just the company itself. They have been slowly cutting our hours to wonky times, but they don't have the money, I suppose. They don't want to pay us. And it's not just our department, it's a couple different departments too. Ooh, collectibles. Oh, maybe I should... Yeah, maybe I should close this. That's not what I thought was going to be closing. But yeah, so it's just like kind of like the lack of hours within the entire like park. So it's not just us. But yeah, we're all getting less hours. So I got one shift on the new schedule. So I have one... Oh my god, is it an 8-hour shift? I think it's a 8-hour shift. Crazy, every job right now is fucked? No, like every job right now is kind of fucked. Yeah, I have one 8-hour shift on the new schedule. So this coming week I work Friday, I work Halloween, and I work Saturday, and then I don't work Sunday, and then I don't work until Saturday on the next week. First week in November. So my uncle's been having trouble finding work. Yeah. That's crazy. I mean, that's good though, in a sense for construction, in a sense that like, good. I'm glad you guys are keeping hours. A lot of other places, it's just really struggling right now. No, Psyduck! Okay. I love that. I love the clips. Sorry, not Zowie. Zowie? I'm Zowie. Highland work. Interesting. It's interesting to see what's struggling and what's not. But yeah, because it's just because even our like character side and performer side, their hours are getting a little wonky too. Will to accept jobs at lower pay. That's gross. I'm glad at least I don't have lower pay, but that's gross. You had no remorse. Never. Why would I? Where am I? Steal you. Going to steal everything. Before I turn on the power, there was a lot of fire buttons in this house. Anybody want magnets? I don't know why I leaned forward to talk to you guys. You can hear me well. My actual shampoo now? Good. No longer stink. No, well, not even like stinky, but no longer, no longer not properly washed? Question mark? What's over here? What's in the front? I guess I'll still call you stinky, but like, yeah? Oh, there's probably some snack packets. Snack packet? Oh my god. I need to uncrunch my legs. I don't know why I have them crunched like this. I was offered a job after... Ooh, you're being laid off 16... Ooh, 666. That's crazy, though. I mean, okay. Ow. My belt got stuck. Don't dox yourself. But what area are you from, Robbie? Like, because, like, my friends' pay compared to mine is so much lower than mine, but because the living cost over there is a little bit lower than what it is here for Southern California. So it's crazy to see the different amounts up in Washington. Okay, that's crazy for 16 over there. I feel like it should be more. Yeah? Because even at my job, it really ain't enough. And we get paid 25. Yeah. Okay. That's why I'm like, let me... That's a lot of lights. Let me judge. Where you... Oh, wait, I turned it off. Oh, wait, I turned it off. Can I unplug it? Didn't know I could search that. How do I make this safe? Can I go up? Up. What am I attached to? A window. Okay. It's making 20. Okay. There's something similar, but That's crazy then to go that low. 16 is crazy from like a jump from that. From 20 to 16? That's so sad. How do I make this a safe house? Abandoned housing. Why, yes, I can tell. I turned off the power. Ooh, snack packets. I have a Minecraft working. Addiction has begun. Oh, did I look at the big guy? The big guy was over here. I hate dealing with the big guy, which is why... Can I steal that? No. Let me do the roll for Goomber. 19, 18, and 3. You're doing good. A little eepy. Tired from the day, but you are doing good. So fuck yeah. Ugh. But yeah, I feel like jobs are just really struggling right now. Ah, I was like, where do I need to work on this? I love how I don't get to see it. Well, time to turn it back on. Yippee! Wah. Holy shit. The inside of the house is blue. And now suddenly we have a backpack in here. Applied for a job they offered me. This. Whoa, game. That was a little unnecessary. I think I'm gonna put away some of my nice weapons. Which are gonna be that. I'll keep that out. I'll put that away. I do like the bow and arrow, so I think I might just keep that out. I actually really like that. It's in my hand, but I'm gonna put it away. The goose I do like too. We're gonna keep out lower weapons so that I can save them and not use them. What else can I do? Gadgets combination. Arrows. Break knuckles. Damn. Has interviewed me all year. It's been a shit year for unemployment. So it feels like working with tech right now is technically a job but as a contractor. Really tired of being a contractor. That's real as hell. No, that's my friend Car. She finally got a job. She just works at Juice It Up. Perfectly fine. Nothing wrong with that. She was searching for a job for a while, so it took her a while too. And she's just at a minimum wage, like fast food type job. So that's crazy. I've been waiting to see if I can go back to Barnes & Noble, which, let's see. I don't think they have job applications open right now. But now I might. I wasn't considering it. I was considering it, and then I wasn't considering it. Oh, ooh. Ooh, it is up, but now I might consider it again because I don't, Damn, that's fucking crazy. Because I don't have a lot of hours. But they start at $18 now, which isn't the worst, but you can work up to 20, but it's the fact that I'm at 25 right now that I'm like, do I want to go back down? But I miss it there. I do miss it there. It is kind of fucked right now. Local stores like Barnes & Noble and a couple others applied. See, nobody. No, dude, I can say with Barnes & Noble too, the only reason I might be able to get back in is because I previously worked there. That's like flashing something at me. Because it's hard to get into Barnes & Noble. Some of those places are so exclusive and so hard to get into when it's like, I just want to work. Offer to look at, so is there anything to help? Take a look at it you want? You can hit me up. Yes, I need to, actually, because I've been putting in auditions. Well, I've been putting in applications for auditions. The, hey, I'm interested type thing. And then you have to wait to see if you get a callback. Basically, you get a, okay, record a self-tape. Can I take that mug with me? He won't let me. Is there ice cream? I just want ice cream. There was no ice cream. Can I jump off the ledge? I cannot jump off that ledge. I need to make a cover letter, but for acting now. That kind of sucks. I do recommend Josh. Josh does good. Maybe you should apply for Dude, I was so less stressed. I am a little less stressed working at Marvel now. But holy shit. It's the fact that I'd be willing to work more at Barnes & Noble. Like more hours there and try to figure out how to stream through that than work more at Disney. I have thought about working more at Disney. I was helping out, this is gonna hurt. It didn't hurt. I was helping out a friend yesterday because she got put into a different location. Can I hide in this? I can't. Why does this exist back here? Trinket? Trinket? But I'm like, maybe I put in for trainer. But at that point too, I'm putting in trainer so that I can actually finish my fucking training at this place because they have it. What the fuck are those? Oh my god, I want one of those. Can I drive one of those? Oh, that's a big guy. What's my rage meter at? Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Okay. Oh, no, I've never dealt with you before. Oh god. Oh god, I don't like her. I watched Donkey's video. I don't like her. Holy shit, where'd she run to? I need to equip weapons. Hold on, I didn't equip weapons at all. You? And then, we'll do that one. Oh, good. Every company wants 3+ years experience. Yeah, so I tried to originally go for like library work, even when I wanted to work in the entertainment industry. I was like, let me do some library work because that's calmer, which is why I ended up at Barnes & Noble. But even there, whose video? Daki and Sophie. I love them so much. They're my favorite little silly little guys right now. Oh, I need to have my mom look at my hand. I have a concerning bump, and it's not like concerning, it's just from it's from when my cat slashed me, but there's a bump from it, so I'm like, okay. Dude, I love Daki and Sophie are so fucking funny. If you ever hear me say Daki, it's from the stupid fucking one of his fucking videos. Fucking Daki. It's so fucking funny. I love them. Anyways, I couldn't get into library work because they either wanted lower like knowledge so they don't have to pay you more, or they want you to have so many years of experience, and it's so annoying. Stupid prerequisites. I hate the prerequisites so much. Oh, hey, Calgren. Why is he aura farming over there? Oh, okay. Oh, hey, yo, she's stalking me, bro. She's stalking me. Oh, thank God I killed her. She's horrifying. 6+ years experience in my field and with lead experience and accessibility, and yet that's crazy. Because, like, that's so much experience to at least let you in. But, like, the fact you have lead experience, too, it's like, okay, you know what you're doing, and you can show others. You've been in charge of things. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. Ow. Quite rude to you. I want this car. So much more dramatic with the classical music in the background. It is, dude, it is. Lurk. Goodbye, have fun looking. Good luck on the bosses. Why can't I drive one of these? I have the key. God, it takes so long. Did it just eat my key? Is that a fucking landmine? Oh, he has live wires on him. Ow, let me go. Oh, that scroll. Oh, that's why I've accidentally hit that. Oh, I have no. Hold on right there, sir. I'm just gonna craft in the middle of everything. Applied to be a police officer, the entry-level position. They wanted prior military, prior police work. That's just crazy. Especially if, like, entry-level jobs. if they want you to be familiar with the work, it's like, okay, that's some sort of level, but have so much like experience already. It's like, I'm coming here for the experience. To economic difference, fuck it up. But that's so, it's just so annoying that you're even going that length. I need more feathers. I love arrows. Give me that. Is he throwing something at me? Oh. My arrow. My arrow, it's gone. Hit that man in the fucking face. Boom, boom. Is he throwing something? Oh, thank God. Hold on. Somebody was about to... I need to crank me. So I can't... I need to finish a sentence. I'd be a correctional officer instead? That's crazy. That's so weird. That's so interesting hearing. Senior experience nowadays, considered 10 plus years. Think it's stupid, but for upper level management, they're looking for longevity, loyalty, and consistent upward movement. Head leads tell me they consider me for senior based on my knowledge, how I communicate, and overall... That's fucking crazy. But then it's crazy that, like, you're not getting those positions then, Robbie. When you have other people telling you, yeah, you would. Oh. Yeah. Okay, whoa. Hey, y'all. You better move out. Oh, the way. Ouchie, my toes. Hey, 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 hey. Dude, they're fucking slapping my toes. Oh, why did that scare the shit out of me? Stop hitting my butt. Oh, whoa, that's a fucking rock. Okay, heal. And then run again. Heal and then run again. Hey, so it appears to me in this current moment that the sun is going down. Where is he? Not you. Do it. Okay, okay. Oh, there's the arrow. Can he get up here? Is he? Can he aim up? Oh, he can aim up. Oh my God, he can. The first. Hey, skinny little guy, come here. Okay, rage meter is almost up. I have to lockpick that? Bro, the sun's going down. I have to lockpick this? Okay. I don't know why I said no to that, but unlocked this. Holy shit, I'm freaking out. Okay. Okay, so he's still over there. Let's try to get this. Oh, my mouse. I'm so stressed. The sun's going down. I realize I want to put back for 16. That's fair. Ow. That hurt a lot more than I thought it was going to. Is he gonna run at me? Come here. He tripped. Yeah! Okay, now he's dead. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Can I dropkick as this guy? Please stay down. Whee! Okay, I don't know how to do anything in beast mode. Ew, he's kind of gross looking. Yeah, calm down, Mr. Kyle Crane. Is the average pay in the industry? After quoting a laughable figure? When I say, bitch, if others are exploiting slave labor, you would too. That's crazy. It's crazy how they think like, yeah, this is normal. It's like, no, it's not. I need to get to safety immediately. I need another one? It aided in my key. Who would have the key? Is there nothing left? There's like nothing left out here. Where the freak? It edited the key. Hey, so it's also dark. Oh, okay. Well, I'll get to safety then. Mochi just yelled at me. Let's go back to safety because it's just up that hill. Edited it. It edited it. Truthfully, I would like to roam around at night. Okay, just kidding, actually. Oh, no. Okay, I see the way up. Come on, Mr. Kyle Grade. When Nintendo started paying people above $10 an hour, they jumped 6's base. Whoa. I know, Mochi. Hold on. Let me get to safety. What did you count the next? Yeah. It's crazy how pay is now. Can I? Ooh. Hold on, we're distracted for 1 second. Ooh. Am I able to redeem this? Yes, because that's... I'm redeeming stuff! It's crazy just like how... It's so nasty. They want all this work done, but then... Oh, can I not? I want redeem. Thank you. But then they don't want to pay. And it happens with a lot of different industries where it's just like, oh, okay. Yes, I'm sure I want to redeem it. And then I have one version of him. I know, Mochi. Sorry, we gotta have Hot Wheels. Equipped. That's the original outfit. Ultimate Survivor. That's kind of cool. Okay. What do I look like? Damn, look at him. Oh, oh, interesting. Okay, I'm gonna leave you guys looking at Kyle Crane. I'm gonna go get some more coffee and my water, finally. Boom, I did Minecraft and let Mochi out. Let me get you Nessie. Sorry, I had to rush that because she's literally meowing at me. So I'll be right back. You enjoy Kyle Crane and Nessie. Come on. Go. brought back 3 cups, bro. Sorry, I had to talk to my mom about my hand, too. Sorry, Nessie. I might have to poke at my hand more. Can I tab out of this game? No, but we ain't gonna whisk it. We ain't gonna whisk it. Nessie has already told me the secret of world domination. Hey, that's okay. You know, you can take over the world, Cooper. Can you just raise the price of, pay? Can you pay us more if you, take over the world? That would be the only thing. Hold on, let me respond to something. It's 7 p.m. Frick yeah. Okay, I think I'm seeing a show on Thursday. Okay. They respond to me after this. Gets free housing and oh yeah, true. Free housing would be nice too. I mean, I'll be fine. Like, you know, we can pay for like certain things, but like, you know, housing would be great. In the Heights, because she has comp tickets, so she's like, please. I've never actually seen In the Heights. I am very happy that, you know, it didn't end up getting casted to a lot of white people. Oh my god, I heard the thunk. I'm gonna go to sleep right now. Why are you so close to my house? So you're telling me I'm gonna sleep right here with the door open? What the hell? Me, what is this? Are you winning? I'm trying to win. Well, yes. Saw it 2 years ago. I've watched the movie, but I've also not watched the movie all the way through. Oh, who the fuck are you, bro?
Hey there.
Who are you?
Me too.
Cozy spot. Is it secure against the infected?
Yeah.
Maybe you didn't hear me. Who the hell are you and what the hell are you doing here?
Why is Kyle's Crane's voice so deep?
Relax. I'm not here to cause any trouble.
Gotta let the breeze in.
I'm
Just
on a
gotta let,
hunt.
yeah.
But I sprained my ankle.
Oh.
And I just need a place to rest while I heal up.
I forgot
As far
Crane's
as I'm
very
concerned,
defensive
you can
right now.
live, you can hunt.
Wait.
I know he
Hey,
is soup.
Max. Maybe you could help me out. Do my hunting for me.
What hunting you
Why would I
want?
do that, Max?
Honestly, yeah,
I'll
what
give
with
you
you?
Lizzie in return. Check her out. She's a quality crossbow.
Actually, I already have a crossbow.
What's your name,
Well,
buddy?
my.
Kyle. Now who or what are you hunting?
Did Valorant get the?
Some head
Get a-
seen roaming in the area.
Did I sound like I was in Valorant? I sound like a Valorant voice line.
What is proof you
Isn't
did
Crane
the job?
defensive? So true,
Maybe.
but Crane is extremely defensive in this game.
It's a payday, you know. A man has to eat. So, you want to do it?
Background, yeah, that's
Could
so
use a
funny.
crossbow.
Sound
Why
like
not?
Breach.
Where
Fuck
can I
yeah.
find this Yaga?
Fuck yeah. Yeah, because
tracked
Kyle
it to the
Crane is,
forest near
his
the
voice was,
mountain
it
shelter
was so fucking deep.
FYI.
Yeah.
it
I
only
could see
hunts
that for
at
Breach.
night.
All right.
Soup.
I'll see what I
Good
can
soup.
do.
I didn't pay attention to the end of that, I'll be honest. I did not pay attention at all. Hunting Yaga. I think we should do the main quest. I think I should do the main quest. Okay, this is... Oh, yeah, it says recommended level... 11? I'm 4. Hey, but I'm 4 now. Wee! Yippee! Ow. Oh, hey, that's the one that I want. You too. Get out of here. What weapon do I have? Okay. Whoa. There was a lot of people here. You were very close. Okay. This. Why is there so many? Where'd the other one go? There was two of them, wasn't there? Okay. Okay, oh. He's dead. He's for sure dead. Oh. I didn't mean that to happen. Resub that cough. Frick yeah. Ow, ow. Well, that's a bit inconvenient there. Hey, there's somebody banging on a door. Hey, whoa, 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 whoa! Get the frick off. Ow. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, oh no, no, no. Oh, okay. Well, that didn't go how I wanted it to. Okay. You know, I'm kind of getting really tired of these guys. Yeah, it's nearing broken, but I'm just smashing some heads in. Don't worry about it. Jesus. Why did that take so long? Why was there so many of them? This is the one I wanted. Yeah. Okay, how did that miss? How are you telling me that missed? Was there nothing in there? Was he just banging on this for no reason? I thought there would be something in there. Anyways, we need to go back down there. I need to find another key. Key. I miss B. Did B leave? I realized I said hi to B and I think B might have left. B has rehearsals this whole week. B is teching. Oh, also I have my leftover juju subs from yesterday. I think I'm drinking way too much caffeine in my day-to-day life, but I don't think I really care. That's gonna be stuck in my head. I love soup. I love soup. Soup, soup. Okay, let's see who is here. You. Oh, and you. Oh my god, my crowbar! I just looked at this fucking state that that's in. Oh, hey. It was really cool. Hey, don't charge me, please. What the fuck is that? Oh my god! What's your freak? Oh, she's screaming at me! Ow! He threw a rock at me! Run for my fucking life, Crane! Whoa! Okay, okay, we took care of her. Ow. I just need one of y'all's keys. Okay, I just need a frickin' key. A drink. Whoa. I don't know why I physically dodged. I don't know why I physically dodged that. Do you have a key? Yes. got a key. Frick you. Okay, we're gonna go up here and see if I can collect some arrows. No, they're gone? So sad. My arrows. Okay, I just need to hit him once. Yeah. Yippee! Bonk, 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 bonk. I want to see this. Ooh. I don't think I like this. Oh my god, Mr. Crane. You're next. Is he okay? I feel like I'm tweaking out a little bit more. Sorry, little man. Anybody else? This is what my heart sounds like sometimes. Okay, the amount I drank it yesterday, it was a 5. Damn, that's so much. That was what, I had a monster the other day. I think I talked about that. No, I didn't, because that just happened. I had a monster the other day because we had, I opened up the fridge on Saturday to put my lunch in there. And when I threw open the fridge to go put my lunch in there, where did her body bag go? Oh, no arrows. The fridge was stocked with, yeah, the free sodas. So I got the free monster that day. That was quite lovely. Still, I don't really drink monsters, but it was quite lovely that I had a lot of caffeine that day. I, in fact, did take 2 melatonins that night, which isn't that much. It was just 10 milligrams of melatonin because I was like, I'm making sure that I sleep because I don't normally drink monsters. I realized I kind of like, what the hell is that? What the hell is that? Medical supplies and a bike. That Frida soda was so nice. I still have the other sodas in my fridge. Another energy drink? Oh. What's it taste like? Because like I don't like Red Bulls, but fuck. A Rebel from Dutch Bros? Fuck yeah. I love that shit. What's in this car? Like Red Bull? I'm okay with it? Interesting. Okay. Why is there spooky sounds from over here? Somebody needs help. Where? Where? I think that timer ran out. Genuinely don't know where that was coming from. Computer parts. Ooh. Computer parts, computer parts, computer parts. Ooh, what did I get? Value smartphone! Hey guys, I got a smartphone. Straight Red Bull is disgusting. Fair. I wanted to say flavor and then fair. So that's Monster Juice. Monster Juice, interesting. Called Pink Slush? Ooh, ow. Tastes like pink slush. What does pink slush taste like? Like what is pink slush? Energy, oh my god, like a girl, I can't even have that type of hold on. Now, hold on. Give me Google. Okay. Oh. Sorry, I opened, oh my god. Oh, it's those ones. That's so pink. That's so pink. Because all the pictures are pink right now. That's so pink. What is pink? What is... Interesting, though. I have seen these before, but I didn't know, one, it was energy drinks, and I didn't really know what they were, because I've seen the peach one before. Seen it before, but that's it. It tastes pink. You know? Truthfully and honestly, I believe that. Oh, hey, excuse me. Who's barking at me, bro? Hey, look at this law-abiding
They
citizen.
didn't stop here just to stretch their legs.
I don't think they. Whoa.
Fuck. What a massacre.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit of a massacre. Grape flavored? They don't taste like grape, they taste like purple. Oh my god, the artificial grape flavor. I fucking love artificial grape. I love grape. I love grape flavored things. I love grapes, but I also love grape flavored things. Okay, this is a bad idea. This is a bad idea. Hey, yo, I had a bad idea there. What if I get the high ground? I have the high ground now. He hit me in the butt. Okay, okay. Ow. Bad idea. Somebody is chasing after me. Whoa, hey, y'all are wearing like the same fits. Ow, get off me. Okay, yo. Whoa. Hey, crane, move. Oh, that was quite rude. I was swinging. That man has barely a head. Okay, he's about to freak out. Okay. Are you all dead? Oh. Get fricked. Ooh. He was a law-abiding citizen. You're next. Oh, didn't mean to do that to you. So sorry. Okay, please do. Whoa, back it up. Okay, I need to catch up with chat. God, I love this game. Whoa! You're still alive? He's not alive anymore. Okay. Oh. There was humans. Oh, they're over there. That was so jarring just hearing humans all of a sudden. Oh, I can search these cars. Okay, wait, let me catch up with chat. Okay, recently tried it? That's fair. I am intrigued about the grape one. I think I'm crazy. My favorite thing is cherry flavored things. Ooh, Robbie, do you drink any sort of like energy drinks? Because GG Sups, which is what I mainly drink, there's a cherry slush flavored. It's good. It's Smitty's flavor. Really great. Also, yeah, Nikki will absolutely hate you. Do sometimes? Yeah, that one is right up. It's literally just cherry slush. That's it. It is really fucking good. I love it. Has a cherry slush? I will support Smitty. Nikki, I still can't believe that one thing about previous encounters with men that look like is crazy. I'm missing out on everything of that information to not give anything. But yeah, that's so crazy. I'm so glad. I'm so glad you understand me, Nikki. I'm so glad you get it. After he's had cherry limeade, crazy. I have a limeade. Another crazy drink? Yeah, fuck it up. What crazy drinks? Apple flavor one. Interesting. Like the only man I'll use the name of, but I mean, I actually suppose right. Fair. I still remember when you weren't sure, and so it was the boy for a while. Like, not sure of, like, if you wanted to use his name, like, here or whatnot. Now I fucking can just name his dumbass. Someone sells an energy drink called Red Energy Drink. Shit is wild. Tastes like Jolly Rancher, and it's cheap. Fuck yeah. Okay. We take that. We take what we can get. And it's that cheap shit. Sometimes that stuff is just good. Like Smitty's drink good. Free promotion for it. Oh. Smitty. I do actually really enjoy good. You guys access to my Instagram? That's like me trying not to dox myself here, but everybody has access to my Instagram. So if they're smart enough, if I can just go there. If you're not, then joke's on you. If you just watch my streams, you'll never know. You'll fucking never know, losers. Oop. Can't loot. Left a dead body by you, though. These are all my snack packets. These are the only fun time when you don't have to loot, because if you leave them for long enough, they just drop you little snack packets, and it's quite nice. Ooh. Hello, sir. Are you alive? No. I think you may have dropped your ketchup bottle. Oh, also, Nikki, fun fact. Here's a trauma trigger for you. Chimera. It says Chimera. Fucking... Every time I hear that Chimera. No. Nebulosa. This specimen has been specifically modified to enhance the sensory capability of extreme containment, sensory dampening, install soundproofing and scent masking devices with transport unit. Research note. Okay, this is more. It's part of the ongoing study to understand the potential application of enhanced sensory capabilities in hybrid organisms. Data collected during the field test will contribute to knowledge and stress response and adaptive behaviors of genetically modified species. I turned around. Thank you, Crane.
Olivia, you were right. I found
Has a tea flavored one too? Yes, I do. I still don't know how I feel about that one.
Gone.
I don't.
Yeah, but not before slaughtering
just
every
like that.
single one
I
of
know
them.
where you work. I know where
Poor
you work
fuckers never
too.
stood a chance.
Do you think you can track it?
I would say because I know your
try.
new
The
location.
blood trail leads into the
well,
swamps.
yeah, you didn't really go
Please
far.
Be careful.
You
want me to
really
be
didn't go
careful,
far
or
at
do you
all.
want me
I
to
was
find
talking
it?
with one of the managers last night.
Exactly.
The PM.
I'll keep you posted.
The PM costuming one. So, hey, there's a zombie down there. So you know exactly who, because they did their rounds last night. Oh, they had a little doggy bowl. How nice of them. What am I doing? But we were yapping about movies. He said to watch Frankenstein, which I forgot that came out. I didn't know that it like actually came out. So yeah. Do we enjoy kiwi flavored things, do you? Oh, true. I think she does. I think she enjoys kiwi. I know mainly Nikki doesn't like cherry. I don't think a lot of people like the fake grape, artificial grape too. Unfortunately, I am. Ooh. Oh, I should have you try. I have it right now, but goof juice. That one's kiwi. That's from Chi Subs. Went to school and where you were at most times, you know where I am at all times. Because of Life 360. Not a huge grape. Yeah, the grape thing isn't even like just a you thing too. Like I know a lot of people who just do not care for its fruit punch flavor. It's less on the fruit punch, more of like why am I just here just yeah, there's hints of fruit. It's the one cherries. I'll have. Oh, okay. I'm gonna stop reading. It's because it's not grape. It's purple. Exactly. But a lot of people don't like it. But I love it. I will take it all. I thought goop juice. Hold on. Chi Subs. Oh, let me text my mom really quick. She's in the house. I know, but. Okay, back to my original goal. Are we playing a game today? No, we're yapping with the side of the game. I just got reminded of Lonnie New, the best energy drink I've ever tasted. Ooh, Okay, I'm gonna have to try these Alani sometime. Oh, also, ooh. There was new cups. That's kind of a cool cup. Her boobies. Her boobies are pressed up against that. It's kind of spooky. Neo! Oh my god, I'm gonna buy this cup. I'm gonna buy this cup. Oh, Neocranium is one of my favorite, I've made Nikki watch it, but he has a silly little robot, and he had a silly little sexy robot last time for his cup, but I didn't get it because I was like, no, I won't. But this one's so cute because it's like multiple of his little guy on it. Oh, it's so cute. I'll have to remind myself. I need to stay focused at the goal. I was trying to look up the flavors. Sups. I got so distracted. There's Stardust flavor or whatever it's called. Interesting. It's strawberry kiwi. I was wrong. I'll commit. But one of them is. I was like, I'm pretty sure it was kiwi, but honestly, Doc, that's all I could fucking tell you is kiwi. I didn't know it was strawberry kiwi. Yeah, Acid Rain got a new rework of their art. That's what I fucking thought. Because when I went to TwitchCon, they had a different label, and I was like, interesting. I have the old label, which I actually really like the old label. But I think one of them is fruit punch, but I don't know which one. What is chug juice? BBL. Nikki would like BBL. Big booty. Latinos. There we go. Chug juice. Sorry, game. Mixed berry and citrus. Interesting. Okay. Which one? Evan. Big booty Latinas. She really like. Yeah, Gamersup's good. That's what I have. That is the first. Actually, let me put myself back onto the Neo cup so I don't forget about that, because I do genuinely want that. I fucking love that man. He's the reason why I want to do Resident Evil Randomizer, is because he played it. Good. Oh my god, that's crazy. This is like a new one that I got. This is like so light. This is the first GG subs I've ever gotten. I still have plenty of it left. It is at that point where moisture has somewhat got in, so it's kind of like mixing together. I just got like a big whiff of it, but I love this cherry slush. Nikki, have you ever tried good before? Next time we hang out. Oh, Nikki, I got one shift. This week I have 2 shifts. Next week I have 1 shift, so my hours are going down. So we'll have to hang out sometime. I'll have to have you try it. You probably won't like it, but it doesn't taste like cherry. It is just cherry slush. If you can, I mean, truth be told, you take a sip of it, I'll drink it. The fuck off? So true. We'll figure out what day. But yeah, in general, I think the hours are being cut for, I don't know, for the foreseeable future type shit. First one you've ever got? Yeah, it is. Good is the first one I ever got, because then soon after, then you gave me the one. And then I only had those 2. And then I finally bought Acid Rain. And then now I have come home with 3. Slush. Good is like a cherry slush bubblegum. Yeah, I can see the bubblegum. It tastes like the popsicle. The pops, the big pops. That's what it reminds me of. Ooh, dude. Wow, that I just want you to know the dice went like each direction, like 1 forward and 2 side. You got a 7-4 and a 7. Are you eepy? I hope you're not too eepy, but you're doing good. You're just eepy. You were just tired. So I have 5. My 5 days? I'd be okay with 4. Real as hell. I think because, Kev, you're full-time, right? Because I just know that some people, part-timers are getting kicked, basically. Kick rocks. I'm fine with that. I have a friend who's not fine with it because she just moved into an apartment, so she needs hours. But she's able to pick up some. Yeah. I think you guys are just getting hit with the, I think full-timers are getting hit with, we're trying to give you as much as we can. So it's the have a full schedule, but we might give you weird hours or cut hours. Nail it with one flavor profile. Honestly, I agree with that, Robbie. I agree. I want ice cream. What type of ice cream? I love ice cream. I love ice cream. Did he go off the edge? Yippee! Snaggle. Oh, that's the apple pie. Oh, I wouldn't like that one. Oh, I thought that was a really big fish. It's just a tree. It's just a tree. I like apple pie, but I don't know how much I would like that in like a taste. In like, hey, IKEA Ball Pit Orgy is once again playing Deadlock. I love calling out my friends. I love naming my friends because I love just, I love it. Piss Guzzler 69, Guilty Gear. Fucking love that. I love my Piss Guzzlers. I love them so much. I miss them. Anyways, I enjoy my job and hours. That's good. I think I really am. I'm gonna talk with my mom afterwards about applying to Barnes & Noble because I was much happier there. And then also, I have no hours right now. Just open past 8 at any point. Why is there a menacing lump there? That fish? That's fish. This is Widow Feedies. Hold on, I didn't pay attention. Yeah, munch hammies the plants. That's my cats. They munch all the time. Okay, we're going this way. Oh, into the swamps. Hey, whoa there. I'm gonna go back to chat. I wish, God, I hate that the parks are open so late. I'm happy that I mainly work on the other side of the park that doesn't stay open as late, but it's still really late in the sense that I have a 40-minute drive. I have like a 40 to an hour drive. Play Bongo Cat together. Oh my God, yes! I need to open up my Bongo Cat again. It's playing Bongo Cat. See guys playing Bongo Cat. Yeah, I love that. It's just your Bongo Cats are chilling together. I think I haven't opened up my Bongo Cat in a while. It was fucking up my screen a little bit, but because it was on the my other screen, it wasn't on my main screen. So then it was fucking up whoa, why'd you wake up? Hold on, catch your breath, Crane. I need to repair my things. Actually, now I need to go here. Inventory. Or. Yep. Need to make one. Crafting. Gadgets. I can't make it. I have to be at table. Hobble. Friend Gray play a lot. That's so cute though. I want more little things for my little cat, truthfully. Are you spooky? Sorry, ma'am. I just jumped completely over you. She dead? I feel like in this game... Sorry, ma'am. Your booty cheeks. Oh, of course I have to search her booty cheeks. Her booty cheeks were just out. What's this? What? Bro, you're up there. I can't get to you, dude. I legit cannot get up to you. Okay, that was personal. Is that up in gaming mode? Ooh. That's cute. Fetish. Who just roared? I think that man's dying, I'll be honest. Yeah, I'm sorry, but there was no way I was gonna get up there. Hey, are you okay, dude? Oh, hey, is that for my investigation? Hold on. Okay, we gotta reach. Oh, whoa, what the? Okay, so we got here. Where's his little feeties? That's no longer a person. Okay, so he went this way. Okay, then he went this way.
Guess I better get to that island.
Oh. Okay, I see. Rawr. He's just going rawr. Well, I don't like being in the water. Okay. I feel like they're gonna get me in the water. I won't lie. Oh. Why? Why did that happen? I'm gonna drink my coffee. Why did it happen so fast? Anyways, now I need to buy a GG Subs cup. I really want that cup. I need to watch Neo's videos. I don't know when that came out. I guess it probably came out on Friday because that's when things get released. What's that? A boat. I'm taking my birthday off? Fuck it. Might as well. Treat yourself. Okay.
What the hell?
Oh, spooky. Why am I standing there so dumb? I know exactly what's here. Well, okay, maybe I don't. I'm sitting in a weird way that I am not prepared for this. I don't like.
Shit.
I'm so happy Hey, where's his body? He had a.
Oh shit. Here we go.
We got the rare consumable. Where is she? Okay. Ow! Holy shit! Oh, where is she? Where is she? She's not a wicked zombie! No! Sit down, ma'am! Why did I think this was... Her boobies are out. Her boobies are out. Oh! Oh god, she's right there. Oh, excuse me. Are you gonna jump at me? Please don't jump at me. She's jumping on a zombie. Ow. Okay, you stop it. You stop it. You stop. Ow. She hurt so much. Yeah, it's a fucking foxy jumping, bro. Whoa. She's in the water. What's she doing up there? Ow. Is this gonna get me into beast mode? Yeah. Where is she? Come here. Come here. Where'd you go? I'm just like swinging. That was it? That sicko mode didn't feel that long. Oh, whoa. Oh no. Okay. That was sick. Where's she? She ducked under my thing. Okay. Oh. Is she dead? I shouldn't put her in the bush. Okay. Sorry, you don't have an arm. That's probably because of me. Woo! Not you. Yo, freak, get back here. Oh, woo! Why is she so spooky? How much health does she have? Oh no, get off me. Oh my god! Fucking run! Oh, good heavens, dude. Oh, I just healed myself. Okay. Oh no. Okay.
You're about to die.
I'm not dying now. I'm getting hit in the back though. Get it off of that zombie, bro. There's so many other random zombies. I'm just gonna heal again. I'm not fucking dying. Oh my god. She fucking is crazy, dude. I need a faster weapon. Don't do that. Ow, she's away at me. Where'd she go? I do need a faster weapon. Yeah, this weapon's almost broken. Yeah, this weapon's almost broken. It breaks it. Oh, I do like this one. Repair that. I have a baton. Okay, we're gonna use this for now. I need a faster weapon. You stop it. You. Oh my god. Yeah, fuck you. Okay, where is she? Come here. Get out of here. Is she dead? Are you dead? She's not dead. Oh my god. How much health does she have?
I'm making my house pretty.
I just love it. Me struggling through this, dying, and it's just, my house is so pretty. I hope your house is the prettiest princess in the party. A registration for FUFA Fan Festival? Wait, what? Wait, what are you talking about? What are you talking about, Kev? What are you talking about? Wait, I need to know. Make note. I want to hide from Sarah. Hide at the top of the screen. Hey, shut the fuck up. I can't see when you're at the top of the screen. Or on somebody else's head. Or in the water. Bitch, get back here. Whoa, what's he doing? Oh my god. Please don't hit me. Please don't hit me. Oh my god, bro. Where is she? Okay, fuck y'all. I'm getting really sick and tired of those zombies. Whoa. Why are you on top of him? Come here. Oh my god. Oh my god, please. Okay. Getting really sick and tired of you. And you. Wait, Kev, what do you mean? Fan festival. What fan festival? What do you mean by fan festival? Like, ow, 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 ow. Why? Final Fantasy? Okay. Where'd she go? Please? This is like the third time I've had to go into sicko mode. Oh, I see it. Oh my god. Oh my god, what the fuck, bro? I fucking... Oh my god. I am covered in blood. No wonder that took so long. I didn't know that was a boss. Do I get mega jumpy? Can you just hold the... Yeah. Chimera man. Pew. Beast, hold shift to. Okay, sure. I love that. Okay, so Final Fantasy. Okay, you said Fan Festival and it triggered the sleeper agent in me of FanFest? FanFest at Universal? That's interesting though. Me and Quiet? We're gonna share a house and be silly and make our farm and budget. You should collect axolotls. FF Fan Festival. That's why I was like, what is FF? I was distressed and I could not figure out what FF was. I was like, wait a moment. Wait a moment. Ooh. I'm gonna get this one. Because I don't have that. Vault kick. As long as your stamina lasts. Running. I think I'll do that so I can vault over. Let's just charge that quicker. Okay, calmly getting points. Every time I get high, bud, I just went through the time of my fucking life with this fucking boss. I hate the chimeras. I'm doing good. I'm doing very good. Honestly, I've been just yapping and chilling the whole time. And I'm in April. Ooh. Okay. I'll have to check it out. Possibly. Maybe. I'll look into it. Yeah, I remember you saying that. I love zombie games. I love Dying Light, so this is great. Okay, let's just check out my inventory. I don't want to put that there. Binoculars, sure. Morphine. What did I get? Oh, I have one more of those.
Olivia,
Here, Final
I got another
Fantasy.
sample.
Yes, you did. My God, her fucking boat. I killed her over there.
Yeah, but I think it's time I found a new hobby.
Stick with it.
There's
We're
her
making
leg.
progress.
Found her
As
leg.
soon as I find another Chimera location, I'll let you know.
Okay. in the
Ooh,
meantime,
to
I'll go
Italy.
check up on the
That's
folks at
fucking
the town hall.
exciting. Oh, another bandage. Oh, I love how there's no fog now. That was horrific. Yeah. Ooh, let's go do that. That's exciting though. Italy is so much fun. So that'll be a nice little trip. I really don't like being under the water. I am under the water. El. Fish. Yeah, I know it's higher level, but I could get that. I just want that. Excuse me, pardon me. Ah, I see. Crane, climb. I think Crane's stupid. Oh my God, why wasn't he doing? Hey, are you alive? You know, I'm not gonna test that theory. I'm not gonna. First time excited? Hell yeah! Well, I hope you have a great trip. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, I think he's dead. If he... Yeah, it's been like that in all of the games, I'll be honest. Even in, Oops. Didn't mean to do that. Didn't mean to fall off the edge. Even in the first one, I had a lot of problems. It's why Nikki never played, the games. Whoa. Oopsie. Yeah, because what the freak? There we go, Crane. Nikki always had problems with jumping. And if I can stand this game, yep. Oh, oh, oh. not where I want to stand. I want to get onto that one. I wonder if I can... Can I go this way? No, my little fingies cannot. I can. Hey, am I moving that? It's a method, okay? I'd love to be able to play the game, but I can't. That's fair. I wonder... I did move it. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Okay. I wonder if I can, like, break those. Just sit down. I fucking hate your dumbass. How do I... Oh, I have no... Oh, I can make arrows. I should probably make some anyways. I lost a lot of mine. Need some more feathers. So can I take this fucking guy out back? I probably shouldn't waste those, but I wanted to test a theory. Whoa. Game theory. Me when I tested that in Alien Isolation, Nikki, and then instead of explaining it to anybody, I just ran. There we go. Get the fuck off of my... There we go. My hand was not near that, but that's okay. What did I get? Ooh. Treasure map. There's probably no building nowhere. There's probably no building nowadays that's more useless than a school, but I'm sure supplies and medical equipment can be brought to such a place before the outbreak of the pandemic. Worth checking if there's anything? No? Okay. I need to go back and turn, ooh, feathers. Turn the other place. Oh, hey, does he mean right there? I'm in a high level area, but I don't think I really care. Brother, what? Oh, it's because he's been banned so many times, Nikki. Because Turnip accidentally banned him twice. The first time was still so funny. The returns over and over again. Real as hell. You could just say, like, glitter. Glitter works perfectly fine. Glitter never leaves. No, Crane, I want you to use the ladder like a normal person. Anyway, so yeah, where we were the... I really want to check the school. I probably shouldn't, but I really want to. Bonk. This is a really bad idea. What happened there? Hey, you need help? I'm in a higher level area. He needs medical supplies. Don't you worry. You'll probably die right afterwards. Can you get up?
You can't.
Can you get up? Brother, get up.
Thank you enough.
Okay, and you're just gonna walk away? Okay, leave me alone. Ooh, okay. It's quite rude of you. Okay. Fuck you. Fine.
If you guys have a crime,
Oh, that scared me.
That crime on the table like a
Oh,
big fucking
God.
cock. Show everybody that you have a big fucking
dick
dick
today.
today. Slap that crime on the fucking table right now.
Oh. Hey, can I get those arrows out of you? I guess not. Ow. He hit me in the back. That's quite rude of him. Hey, I just... Why did he go out? Okay. Anyways, we're gonna stroll away now. Ooh, I got a lot of valuables there. What the freak? That's a school bus. So, I should probably go back this way? Do I follow this road? Nope. Follow this road. Wrong road. Now I'm curious about trying different energy drinks. I've never... Ow, ow, ow. Okay, fine. I've never really had so much energy drinks before in my life, really. Occasionally during Hell Week for theater, I would have a rock star. What the hell is that noise? Whoa. Oh, okay, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I'm sorry. I'm leaving. Ow, he hit me in the butt. Meow, 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 meow. I don't think I want to be in here. Hey, that's a man chasing me. Hey, there's a man chasing me. Hey, there's a man chasing me. I think there's a man chasing me. Meow, 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 meow. But I would get sick every time I would have a monster. Monster. What's this place? It's a food place. Hey, y'all. Let's go get some food. That was kind of really mean of me. I won't lie. Oh, I want that. That's what I want. Any man chasing you? I think there might be a man chasing me. Oh yeah, see, this is the one that I unlocked, but I didn't turn the power on. Okay, Crane just climbed the ladder. I was really stressed, okay? I had to see the ladder. There we go. Oh, battery? What the hell is happening down there? Oh, they all died. I don't know why they specifically died down here. Oh, okay, so they can't even... Okay, so I'm safe right here. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, please stay back. Guess we're just gonna take him out really quick. Oh, welcome in. What brings you around this part of town? You kill zombies often? Oops. Oh. Sorry, ma'am. I meant to... Ooh. Ooh. I cut off her hand. Okay, you get out of there. Crane. Calm down. Oh, I passed a car. Oop. Okay, so I'm trying to go back there. I'm trying to stay focused on the main quest. I only have 2 things. I'm just gonna switch that out for that. I don't have any... I do like the hatchet. I do like that. You passed car? I know, you know, it's just on a way to work and past car. Oh, let's go up really quick. Hold on. I want to see if I see anything. Far Cry model opening the map. Gotta climb. Gotta climb. Okay. Crane, you're not balancing. That's the restaurant. Restaurant, safe house. I don't think there was anything else. At least that I could see from here. Oh, B. Oh. Put it right back on by accident. I wish I had... I will say, oh, we're going down the ladder, Crane. What's that sound of the rubber squeaking? That's a good question. I don't know what you mean by that. Is it in the game? Those are pretty mountains. Well, that's a zombie. See my little... Is it like that? Is this electrified? No, but it is barbed wire. Looking through the binoculars. Ow, 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 ow. That was quite mean. They all have it. I didn't mean to I shot the... I shot... Hey, so there's a lot of zombies looking at me. Ow. Why is that person floating like that? Where is... Ah, there it is. Can I get in there? Oh, good heavens. Oh, that hurts my head. Barbed wire, electrified? Yeah. My, common sense there was just more focused on, electrified rather than, you know, barbed wire bad. I have, in fact, been hurt by barbed wire before. I know how much that hurts, getting stuck in it. Can she die? God. They really don't want you to go to high-level place. Hey, is somebody right next to me? Oh my god, that's gonna scare me. Hey, so I realized one thing. Oh, F move. I didn't realize that thing. It is getting dark out again. Currently unpowered. Do I need to, like, repair? Do I need to, like, repair the, like, wire somewhere? Those guys killed themselves, like, with the electricity. I need to figure that out because, like, a lot of this is, like, the power, but also I think it's a power grid. I think I just need to come back at a later time. That's barbed wired again, you dumbass. God damn. We are not here for smart gameplay. Hey, buddy. Get decked. Crane, how did you miss that? Oh, oh, hey, get off me, get off me, get off me. I don't want to fall off the ledge. I want his body. You guys fuck off. I want him. Oh, okay. I'm getting all you now. Are you dead? Okay, he's dead. Where'd the one person's body go? Okay, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, it's just happening. I don't have control over myself. You want some? Oh, I didn't mean to do... Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. Hey, don't hit me. Frick off. Ow. Where is she? Get off, get off, get off. Bye. Okay, so anyways, we're aborting that mission and we're running. My little watch is telling me the darkness is coming. It's gonna be a short stream, maybe? How long have I been streaming? Okay, hey, it hasn't reached 4 hours yet, okay? But I'm having a lot of fun. See, the thing is I really want to play more of this game, and I could play hours of this game. I can just sit here and wander. This is... I just saw the time. I'm sorry. You're so right, though, because I didn't end stream it. Play with me. Nikki's just like, end stream. Listen to the voices. End the stream. What's that? Move out of the fucking way.
Kyle, watch out for dark zones. They're insanely dangerous, but
Is that what this is?
you might find some very valuable
Oh, you're
things in there.
a bitch.
Right. Or get myself killed.
Hey, I was trying to turn on my flashlight. Oh, my butt. She slapped me in the ass. They're coming from the worms. Ah, the worms. It feels like you were ending at... Feels weird you ending at 10 p.m. instead of 11. I know, because we're offset. Hey, Nikki, when does our time change happen? It's mid... Is it mid-November? Oh my god, please put me... Oh!
Kyle, those boosters.
Oh, how lovely, I'm
They're
here.
safe, but we still need to be careful.
I believe
What you're
they were
injecting
safe.
gives you strength, but we don't know its
Oh,
limits.
soon. Okay, soon. Oh my god, the
Let me know
second?
if you feel anything strange.
Hey, I don't have work that day, so it's okay. Hey, Nikki. Nikki, do you want to play silly little games with me on Friday, maybe? I almost said twinkles my toes, kicks my... Winch. Let me go talk to him.
Hey, Kyle. I hear you're a
Maybe,
problem
sure.
solver.
You don't have to. That's just me being silly
Occasionally.
goofy
Oh, good.
and realizing the
You
day
don't want to commit until you hear my pitch, so you're playing it all cool and casual.
you're going to Disneyland that
Is that
day.
it?
I look so
Okay, well,
old
here's
when
the
looking.
thing.
I'm like, huh?
We have some supply stashes out and about that our scouts check on now and then. One is near a well, and Joel, Jack, and Israel were heading there to collect when we lost contact with them.
Oh no.
When?
Couple
So
hours ago.
you're so right. You do need
In
to
fact,
sew.
it probably got to them, but maybe not. Maybe there's still a chance to save them. Or
That's
at
really
least
soon. Yeah. So it won't be
recover
too
the
much of a difference for too
supplies.
long,
Can you
Kai.
check it out,
It will
maybe?
literally just be this
Yeah,
week.
I'll go take a look.
Thanks, Kyle.
But why do you say Kyle like that? Also, I have a proposition for you guys, and by that, do you? Oh my god. I love these endurance burst clothing. I love clothing. I don't know why I'm looking like this. I'm not shrimping, but I'm just like, huh? Goods. Sell valuables. Thank you. Buy all. Freeze. That's quite cool. Come over and sew. What day? Did I? I feel like there was something I was gonna do after stream today. And for the life of me, I cannot remember. I'm off Monday. Halloween's this week. You only got today and Friday. Like, you can't say I'm off Monday. You do today. Yeah, Halloween's Friday. Sewing stream. At this point, Nikki really needs it. Sell money. I can get one. Cheapskate. You don't fucking wanna. I'm not selling you that. What do you got? Shovel. Shoe. Hey, I do like shoe. I really like that. I could put crane. It's not a crop top, but it's close enough to a crop top. I should probably buy the booster. That probably is very nice. I like using those. How much money I have? 5,000? Yeah, I'll buy it. It'd be good for the economy.
Hey.
I need him to. I need to take off. He looks so stupid clogging out. Have fun clogging out of work. He looks so stupid, bro. Can I repair? I really do like this weapon, so I'm going to use the heck out of it until I cannot no more. Okay, so I need more of those, but I think that's a good blueprint to have. But yeah, so you don't got too much time. Nikki, you don't got too much time. Because I would love to help. Killing streak. Oh, my proposition was, can I play this game off a stream and then play on stream? But, holy cannoli.
I almost fell asleep standing up.
Holy cannoli. Like, I avoid all main story quest.
Yeah?
The beast you chased away. That's
So two whole cosmos. Jesus Christ, two?
It won't find
Really?
its way
So? You're not allowed
Always
to
a
play games.
possibility.
You gotta sew.
Yes. Which is why the sheriff would like to have a word with you. She feels we're rather defenseless.
Also, my hair's
at
not
the
too
moment.
bad today, Nikki.
Gotta go.
Come.
Just watch yourself out there.
Make Alec sew.
Kyle,
Teach him
we got a
and put him to
problem.
work.
Our
We-
backup system is just that. Backup. I'm not sure how much longer it's going to last.
What do you
Put
say?
him to work.
The plant that powered the town went down about a month ago. We tried contacting the foreman there, but there's no answer.
I sent a squad of rangers to see what was going on, and they never returned.
Oh, I might have to open my
I
hands
sent a
up again.
second squad, and they disappeared too. I asked for volunteers for a third squad, but no one stepped up, and frankly, I can't blame them. So I said I'd go.
And I told her no. If we lose her,
Oh, I need to text.
we lose.
I'm just like fucking ignoring the game. I'm just like,
Look,
oh
I'm no
shit, I need
electrician,
to text
Maybe
this.
I can go check it out and
Where
at least
is
see what's
my,
going on.
my friend?
I didn't want to ask. I didn't want to be presumptuous.
But if we can get the power back on, we might just have a chance here.
I'll see what I can do, but no promises.
Thank you, Kyle. People around here are starting to lose faith.
I guess they don't trust that God is watching out for us anymore.
God is watching out for us. He sent us Kyle.
Damn, God sent him Kyle. I don't like that they're calling him by his first name, Kyle, because I'm so used to calling him
I
Crane.
hope we didn't just send him to his death.
Oh, don't worry. I think he's died a lot.
Even if Crane makes it there, who knows what he'll find.
Oh, it'll be fun.
Keep going.
Why are we quoting Winston Churchill?
Because if you're
Useless and doesn't know how to sew. Put him to work.
Than we are now.
I don't know how to put him to work, but put him to work. Make him work for it. No, he doesn't really have to, but like, it would be really nice if he could actually in this case. I was like, God send me any man named Kyle. Oh, truthfully, yeah. It was from heavens and handed me a knife. Drop the dead. Yeah. Return, welcome back. They just straight up said, oh. They straight up said, God gave us Kyle. God handed us Kyle. I'm like, don't call him
Everything
Kyle.
all right?
I'll just leave you two.
Kyle, yeah?
Why they
In the
say,
flesh.
yeah, leave you
Eli.
too.
I heard about you. Maybe you'll have more guts than those deadbeats.
Okay.
I need a favor.
Why does he remind me of
Could say it's
Austin
personal.
Austin Powers?
Concerns my
So
father.
Could say.
official?
Can't
Yeah.
really see how it wouldn't be.
John Lennon?
Well,
I get both
in
buys.
a way it is, and in a way it isn't.
You know, people call me Robert. That's illegal.
And disappeared 2 days ago. You see, he's been getting worse and worse. Won't come back on his own.
You're not
Get it?
wrong, but if you fucking didn't do it, yeah.
You did nothing for 2 days?
Sorry, I was
did.
reading.
I rounded
Games
up
after I
the
finish
posse,
this job. I
left
need to
town
sew.
and-
I need my body
and
double. Oh yeah, I'll be
came
on.
back.
I need to edit
We were
anyways.
afraid, okay?
I mean, I'll probably hop off for a little
there.
bit just to go
Outside.
grab me little silly little things, and
It's
then
fucking terrifying.
one you got stream for a little bit, and then when I'm off stream, you got me.
You don't seem particularly upset.
I'll
though.
even leave a fake
Look,
me
he's a
if I go
real
skating.
drunk. Fucking lowlife. That's why my mum left us. Now I'm
Damn.
stuck taking care of him and listening to his nonsensical bullshit. And now what? I'm supposed to cry.
But
Yeah.
you still want my help.
I'm crazy. No.
Yeah. Else I wouldn't be any
You'll be
fucking different than those brain-dead monsters out there, would I? So I'm playing this game of father
Read out
and
this
son.
label. Ibuprofen.
asking you.
Ibuprofen it.
Find him.
Unleashing the beef.
All right,
no.
fine. Can
Don't
you tell me
unleash the
more about
beef.
him? Where do I start
The
looking?
beef? Don't
His
unleash the
name's
beef.
William. Used to be a park ranger. Where to look?
Squilliam.
Guess you could start by checking our old cottage. It's in the lake basin.
Cottage cheese.
He's babbling about the past a lot lately. Talking about time we used to
Ibuprofen.
spend there.
Ibuprofen. The
All right,
stupid.
I'll try to find him.
I hate this silly little humor. I want to play Deadlock. Anyways, that's my crash out. Deadlock crash out.
Ugh. My busted elbow's throbbing again. Means
Your
my-
elbow's busted? I want to go up. Oh, where the frick can I sleep in here? I couldn't find that last time. Nope, Crane, jump down, please. Was it on? Oh, it's here. I couldn't find where the fuck to sleep. I think is it night out? Oh, it is night out. Required to sign out, but guess what? The fucker who checks me out isn't there. Well, fuck. Oh, oh, is this? Wait. I want more of this. Freaking old lady trying to. Ammunition? No. Yeah, I need a lot more of these. I could probably craft more than one at a time, but unfortunately this is... Ooh, can I... I cannot upgrade. What can I upgrade? Upgrade a little bit. I guess I do use that. Exploding knife is quite nice. We'll nap a little bit before, so set yourself an alarm. Because I know sometimes you do knock out and then you like knock out. Which is completely fair. You're so real for that. Consumable ammunition. I wanted weapons. Weapons. That's a really pretty. Oh, it's a Huron combat knife. Oh, that's really cute. That's really cute. Freeze? I don't have stuff. Oxidizers. I see. I'm missing an oxidizer. Weapon enhancement. I made a weird noise with my mouth. Because I really needed to, like, breathe for a second. What's that? Ooh, what's that?
Till we meet again, you damn dirty beast.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Kyle Crane, I'll use your full name. Oh, this is aliens. Oh my god, it is aliens.
All right, gonna put up a rogues gallery so I don't ever forget what it took to
Excuse
take
me?
down these freaks.
I don't know. Crane is excusing himself.
First ugly motherfucking cocksucker from my collection.
Excuse me, Kyle Crane?
A colorful memento of our little encounter at the town hall. The fear, the disgust, and a smell that I will never forget. Hard to capture all that in a picture.
Why was he so mean about that? Oh my god. What the fuck, bro? What the fuck? I didn't expect Kyle Crane to be the first cocksucking. Damn, Mr. Crane. Oh, is that a dog? Get on the chair. Get on the desk. And then crouch. The fuck is that? Put my sewing machine at the bottom of things. I don't know how to use her machine. Well, I guess you're learning today, Mr. Kyle Crane. Can I have you talk about anything else? Please. You have the best commentary. Please. Look, coffee. Make a ooh. Epic gloves. Oh. Inventory. Did I get new here? No. Crafting? No. Big craft station. Big craft. Bear. Break knuckles. Melee. Bam. Bam. Items. Itamanes. Where? Club? Physical? Ah, physical. But only one on. Ew, why are you holding your hand like that, Mr. Cowcrane? Oh, you only put one on both sides. Can you only afford one glove? Look at my crane. Look at... Sometimes a perfectly normal sentence can go so wrong. So fast. Anyways, look at my crane. Hello, mans. How are you? Ah, not Crane. Mr. Crane. He's craning it. I mean, the spellings are getting worse, but I see the enthusiasm. I see the enthusiasm. It's nighttime. Oh, Kai, remind me. I took a screenshot of it, so if I forget during stream, I have a card I wish to show you. Is my flashlight on? Ooh, oh, good heavens. Okay, where am I going? Oh. Wee. Where? Yeah, one is to your liking, and the second is just another cool card that I got. Also, I got more Sprigagito, Floragato, and what's the last one? I should just pull it up right now. Actually, hold on. I have your attention. I got distracted. No, not Google. Not Google. Google. I have your love and attention right now. So I will appease the distraction. Oh, I have a booster pack. Hold on. Hold on, booster pack. You must hold. Binders? No. That's just the random one that has Floragato. I got... You must stay focused, brother. Well, guess what, brother? I got, okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. Oh, I have one for quiet too, but that's for future. I got this one. Hold on, I said that, I immediately took away. I got this one, this Pikachu. But this is the one that, too. There's a whole fucking image. I pulled it while at work and just sat there like... It's got the whole fucking image. It's really freaking cool. It covers my whole screen. That's actually really cool to look at. So I got that one. Okay. Hold on. Go away. Sorry, Pikachu. I like you. I did get this shiny Psyduck. Do love him. He's just a shiny Psyduck. I got this big buff Buzzwole. He's pretty cool. I don't really care for him, but he's pretty cool. Meowscara. Where is... Gulp? All that. Where's the important one? Ah, there's the important one. The only one that ever matters in ever existence. This is for you. For me, it's Sprigagito. I have it in my hands. Beedrill. Alien jet. Interesting. Anyways, we have Beedrill. Big Beedrill. I pulled it and all I could think about was like, it's Kai. That's it. It's a Beedrill. What else? I got another, I think it was a Floragato. I don't remember. I have to look through my greens. Because I have the shiny Sprigagito and then Mimikyu, and then the non-shiny Sprigatito. Very amusing. Very much love it. I really love Florigato. Like, that's just such a pretty card. But yeah, I got Beedrill and I was like, hee hee hee, Kai would be so happy. Kai would be so happy with this, right, meow? Yeah, I think that's it. I got something else that I thought was really cool. But that was the main one. Oh, that's just normal Pikachu. I love normal Pikachu so much. If only it was fat Pikachu. And I mean that honestly, because he's so round. And so squishy. And I love him. Where is my Florigato? Actually, Sprigatito. There's my Sprigatito. I also got Snivy. Yeah, my little Sprigatito. You can't see it at all, but you can just see the green. But that's it. Okay, brother, now we may stay focused. Just kidding. I'm just gonna leave that up because I have a card I could pull. So we're gonna need to go up there. I'm actually gonna back it up really quick.
Castor Woods is crawling with infected. You can't kill them all.
Well, I could try if I can.
Best just to run. It's a losing battle trying to kill every single one.
Hey, so where's that man?
Thanks for the tip, Sheriff. I was just about to kill them all.
Ooh, I kind of want to do something really bad. In a sense that this might not aid me at all. Where'd he go? Oh, he fucking disappeared. Hey, Crane. Hey, back it up. Back it up, buddy. Do you have a photo of my house? Yes, please. I want to see. Glaring issue with my house? Oh, no. Oh, no. Anyways, also... I'm gonna call you Gameros now. I've decided. How are you doing? How have you been? Should I wait till sunlight? Huh. Do you see me, buddy? That's it. I'm eating a raw cookie dough. No! Not the raw cookie dough. Oh. Wrong tab out. Sorry. Just pretend it isn't sideways. It's really cute. I like the little flowers. What's wrong with it? By the way, glasses look wonderful. Oh, thank you. I had struggled reading that. Oh, I forgot I could do that. Please get me up. Okay. It's cute, but alas, no. Oh. Alas, no infrastructure in this housing at all. That's so funny. Why can't I just fly? But once I wish I could fly. Hey, what's he doing down there? Okay, so we gotta get to that building, but we have to get down a level. Might be easier to go. Why did that light turn on? Is it because I got... Why is that light on? That's so menacing. Oh god, that piece of dust scared me. Should girls play games like this? Hell yeah. Well, hi, hunters. How are you doing? Why is that light on? Oh, brother. This guy sucks. That's me. But how are you doing? Do you like Dying Light? Oh. There is for sure one looking at me. Why is the light on here? Jesus Christ. Okay, don't scare me with that music like that, okay, brother? Oh my god. I wish I had the mud ability. He's making his way over here. Oh my god, brother. Oh no, oh good heavens. This, oh yeah, this ain't gonna, this is not gonna end well. Anyways, Mr. Kyle Crane, we're running. We're running. Oh Oh, my savior! I wonder how the car will be at night. the way it changed. Excuse me, sorry, I actually don't know where the road is right now, so we're just gonna I actually don't know how to get out of this. Hey, that's quite rude of you. Hey, sir. Hey, that worked quite well. Yeah, anyways, we're gonna go right here. Please get me off of this. This is the worst driving ever. Hey, so we're upside down, but I feel very safe in here. Oh, we need to get out. We need to get out. Hey, I don't know how many of them are chasing me. Oh God, I can't make that jump. I need to get up. I need to get up. I need to... These guys are so much faster than me, though. Sitting in that car was probably the best moment of my time. We're gonna bother me anyway. What's that? What does that mean? Kyle? If that works on your own streams, you can't shout out broadcaster? What? Did you test it? No, yeah, you can't shout out broadcaster. Also, I don't have that command. Oh, my ankles. Oh my God, their ankles. No, Mr. Kyle! Mr. Kyle, you're the stupidest fucker. Bro.
Crane, do you copy?
No, I don't copy. I'm about to die.
Loud and clear. What's up, Sheriff?
If you get there and the power plant is totally foobar, just walk away.
Kyle, I need you to run faster. I need you to fucking run faster.
And if I can get it up and running, I'm gonna expect something in return.
Kyle, I need you to run.
That's a given.
Hey, so this is gonna kill me.
I expect you to do something for me.
What's that?
I haven't figured that out yet.
Can
but when
he?
I do, I'll let you know.
You get that power
Okay, so like
and we will owe you big time.
he's talking, so oh my God, my fucking ass. I killed a volatile? What do you mean? Oh my God. Can I just jump down here? Is he swimming up? What do you mean there's... Kyle, jump. Kyle did not jump. Oh, what? Get off me. Stop. Kyle, run. Excuse me. No. Oh my God. Why is there so many? How is there so... Where the fuck am I? Just folded so much longer. I'm so proud of you. Hey, can I be off for 1 minute? No, you cannot be. Mr. Kyle is not running as fast as I need him to. It's recharging. Mr. Kyle Crane, I need you to go. Mr. Kyle Crane, you have this. Hello. Ow. That was quite rude of him. So I killed a volatile somewhere? Run, Mr. Kyle Crane. Hold on, 1 Mr. Second. 1 Mr. Second. How do we get in here? Oh, this is the fucking library. I don't know why I stopped there. Why did he stop running for that 1 second? How am I alive? Ow. Okay, do I have that? Oh my god! Get off of me! I shouldn't be alive! Whoa! Oh my god, how the fuck do I get in here? Mr. Kyle Crane, jump! Mr. Kyle Crane! Oh my god, Mr. Kyle Crane. I don't know how to get in here, Mr. Kyle Crane. How do I go up, Mr. Kyle Crane? Mr. Kyle Crane! Mr. Kyle Crane! I shouldn't be alive! I don't know how I did that. I should have died so many times. Anyway, Shaylin, I hope cleaning's been going quite well for you. I'm sleeping until morning. Holy shit. Can I shout out Kai? Why would you want to shout out Kai? I mean, I can shout out Kai. I love Kai. Kai 3 deserves all the shout out. Full government name. Kai 3. Remember the show I Shouldn't Be Alive? Yeah, I do. That was me. Holy shit. Bro, I had so many fucking volatiles following me. Jesus. I got to where I needed to go. I got down. I think I ran, because this is town hall. I ran, got down here, and then got down there, and then had to run back up. What's that? Ooh, a charm? Oh my god, oh Jesus, that was all. Oh my gosh. Never again, anyways. Time to go back down. That's why. I mean, fair enough. Fair enough reasoning. How the freak do I get up here? I just have to either climb that. Can come this way. That's where I was struggling and trying to juke them. I'm just going to fall. Where's that one truck? Is that one right there? Yeah, that has a charm in it that I think is quite disgusting. I love it. Sorry, ping-ponging myself down. Don't worry about it. You received a distress call? From... Are they gone? I don't know why my instinct, why the second audio, it was randoms joining. It was randoms joining. That's why I shut up. I was like, that was scary. It was randoms joining. That's what the distress call was. But that scared the shit out of me, bro. That scared me. That second audio really scared me. Hi, quiet. I won't lie. I haven't had a single sip of water today, so. A couple of sips. You just missed the chase of my lifetime, quiet. Excuse you, ma. Can I open it that way? Oh, I didn't have the right weapon out. How are you, though? Was that? Ow! Hey! Okay. Y'all are being so mean. Hey, who just... Oh, he didn't do it. Mr. Kyle Crane, you're stupid. She doing? I'm doing good. Honestly. Mr. Kyle Crane. Mr. Kyle Crane. There we go, Mr. Kyle Crane. You know what? Whoop. No, you're too close. Okay, fine. Back to this. Back to slicing. Okay, now we're running. I got the 10 stream streak. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Ow! Fucking leave me alone. I just want my trinkets. Let's eat some chips. And we'll drink some water. Okay, now we did some things. What's that? Oh, I got the charm. Hell yeah. Okay, so where are we going? I want to get this one last thing done, and then I think I'll end stream. Oh, there's another cat in my room. Oh, excuse me. We're going that way. Hey, so I think there's somebody chasing me. I will not lie. Oh, why, yes, there's full steam chasing me. Hey, could you, like, not? Hey, could you, like, not? I need stamina. Sorry, Binkies. Give me a second, dude. Oh, ouchie. Oh my god, I have a lot of these. What does my G button do? I wonder. Yippee! Bonk. Oh. Ooh. Well, that worked. That was a cool kill. Like the valuables? Yeah. What's in there? I don't know. I must stay focused. We are getting this one thing done. Or at least getting there. Oh, let me let the cat out, actually. Come on, Binkies. I know you don't want to be in here. They're all just right out there. The cats always come to the door when they hear another cat trying to exit. They're like, "Are you okay in there?" Just, are you okay? Where am I going? There. Ooh, the sun. I think I honestly might play a little bit of this off street.
Olivia, it's Kyle. Do you copy?
But like the side quests and just doing random stuff.
The locals
you know?
asked me to find out why it's down.
You're trying to get yourself in their good graces.
Something like that. If I scratch their back, I'm hoping they'll scratch mine.
You know how to get the power plant up and running?
Nope.
You can't just unplug it and plug it back in again, you know?
Ye of little faith.
I'm not actually. Kyle Crane never worked in this. Ooh, a box. Hey, this isn't very dark in here, okay?
Guess that foreman is still alive after all.
Oh my god. These zombies are kind of really fucking rude. Like, you actually do have to blah. Nothing happened here. No accidents. There's no blood anywhere. Don't worry about it. I want you to note, there was a zombie that also was coming in. She left. There we go. Yippee, a knife! Anything else in here? Whoop. He had gotten hit a couple of times. Okay, so we're going this way. Excuse me. Appies?
Maybe not.
Yes, this is Kyle Crane you're talking about. Ibuprofen. That joke will never not. Oh my god. Where did that come from? Did I hit that off the wall? Okay, if block. Okay, hold on. We're just gonna kill these. Yeah, we're just gonna. We're just gonna. Ouchie. Oh, sorry. You die. Oh, yeah, you're gone. Oh, so I can stop it. Oh my god, it's my favorite. It's my favorite thing. Oh my god, okay. He said... Yay! It's my favorite way to farm zombies! Literally my favorite way. You just kick them into it repetitively. You so stupid fucking meme, and I will never. It's like, I fucking hate Jordy's humor. Jordy's humor sticks in my brain, and I'm like, stop it! No, no, this is so stupid. Why is it so funny? What's in here? This isn't that spooky, okay? It's just one little room. It's giving me such a dramatic, like, when you're in the dark. I'm not that far in the dark. Oh, here we go. We did kill him. I think I hit fire extinguisher off the wall, and that's what caused the explosion. Quite funny. Did scare me. That's a big fucking wallet, right? Damn. Yump. Can I open? What do we got? Tools. I don't know where I'm keeping all this, but I have it in my pocket. In my pocket. Well, let's climb. Oh. Yeah, you running around. Go away. No. You can't get in. What? Did I just slide down the wall? Well, I'm going to try. Can I go all the way around? I wonder if I can reach that. Damn, I can't reach that. What's around? Oh, hey, look, more zombies. What's around this building? That's a huge building over there. This reminds me of... I smell food. Of the... Whoa! Scared me. Dude, bro? Dude, bro? Bro, dude? Of the second game when you have to help the different factions. Survivor.
Someone out there? Ow!
I think you hit your friend.
Gonna beat you, bloody.
I'm just gonna do that, actually. I didn't heal. Ouchie, bro. Can I go sicko mode on them? Because that would be... Yeah. Okay, there we go. Who did I hit?
You're mine now.
Can you stop dodging? Okay. Ow. Gonna take yours. Inventory full. Hold on, sir. I need to disassemble. That's a nice wrench, bro. Oh, this is a nice one. Is this the one in my hand? It is. We'll get rid of that. Okay. I have to get rid of stuff because then I get newer things. Oh, he's teleport. Did you get distracted again? Yes and no. I want... Oh, sorry. I didn't know I had to press that. I do want to save the survivors.
You showed up just in time.
Oh, thank you, dude. Yeah. Yeah, sure. Oh, wait, hey, you wanna... Thank you. I guess that is better. One-handed hockey stick? Got rid of my nice sword. You're dying. We'll get rid of you. I got 8 scrap from it. Okay, we got a hockey stick. Take care. Yes, take care, bud. Nice having you around. Oh, there's another one right there.
Hydrate, you bastard!
Okay. Hydrate. Thank you. Mr. Crane, you could definitely do that. Okay, whoa. Oh, I could do this now. What the f- Sorry, I didn't know you were there. Why did he go right there? Oh, he can handle him. Okay, we're just gonna... Okay, now he's just gonna go over. Sometimes he doesn't, and sometimes he does. Just gonna shimmy our way all the way across. There's no way in, he says. I've made it in. It's not that spooky, okay? Come on. No, Mr. Kyle Crane. Drop. Drop it. No, climb. Okay.
You the foreman?
Yeah. Largo. How the hell did you get in here?
I killed everything.
And now you're as trapped as I am.
Not really. I kind of killed a lot of things out there.
Trying to help you here, moron.
I'm the moron. Didn't I tell you not to come here?
Well, you couldn't fix it?
Fix it? Fuck that. I'm not going down there. They would tear me apart.
How about I try? We can stay on the radio and you can guide me through.
Guide you through? Something blew up down there. Half the building is flooded. What kind of idiot are you?
A big
That's
one.
The kind of idiot that'll kick your ass if you don't adjust your goddamn attitude.
I love Kyle Crane. I love Sonic. I love Mirage.
Fine. You want to go down there? Have at it.
I love my narrator for saying yes to the dress.
Love that can-do spirit. So where do I start? How do I get in?
I love that. It was a Toyota. I think it was Toyota that he does commercials for.
Or keep your radio
No,
on.
it's not Toyota.
The name's Crane,
It's
by
a
the
fucking
way.
truck company. Yeah, you tell him. My name's Kyle Crane. You tell him. I love my narrator for say yes to the dress. So where the freak?
Okay, Largo, how do I get in?
You see that other building? There's a busted window.
Oh, thank God I can. I was like, can I like make this easier to get in? Yes, I can. Busted window. Okay. Oh, excuse me. Pardon me. Oh. I see. Excuse me, pardon me, excuse me, pardon me. Fuck y'all. Can I climb that? I can't. Oh, I don't like how deep that water is. Okay, so we can't climb those, but I can climb that. Okay. I don't like being in the water. That's how I feel, Goomber. That's how I feel. I just want to get this done, and then I'm done for the day. It's kind of gross, though. Not gonna lie. It's so funny how my hair fluffs out. It's so... hair drying is so funny. Hey, I could have just climbed on that. Okay, you guys stay over there. Okay.
Let's see if I still got it.
Mr. Crane, politely, we just climbed into that building. You're perfectly fine. I see. We learned a lot from Haran, okay? Our parkour experts over there did us great. No hydrating up. Shit, I'll just hide it again. Didn't realize I didn't hydrate. Even if I did hydrate, I need to hydrate more. Did a lot of pew-pews. How did it go? How did the matches go? Are they just like falling? Oh, they're falling over there. They don't know how to climb. Man, I'm just like scurrying across this building, bro. Okay. That down. And now if I fall, it's a-okay. A lot of fun. Top. Ooh, hell yeah. Who do you play in Valorant, Goomber? Can I make that? Shimmy, shimmy. Shimmy, shimmy. Ooh, clove. Okay. Guardian, I don't know too much about, like... I know more about clove than everything. Than anything, like, out of those two. I never played clove, but I loved her. Them? Her? Which was clove? I don't remember. What do they go by? I don't remember what clove goes by. It's been so long that like, that, like, kicked my brain into gear. Like, wait a minute, I don't remember. Clove is okay. Yeah, that's why. That's why I stopped. I was like, wait a minute, I don't remember. I think the non-binary is right. Either way, I still love them. That I loved the cinematic for. Can I open it? Oh, I can't open that. Which one's Guardian? I'm trying to remember. I think I know which one's Guardian is, but I don't. It's not in my brain. I think because I never played Guardian. I liked... Man, I'm gonna have to look up. Oh, I had Pokemon open. Nope, I closed it. Oh, I opened Twitter. Oh my god. Guardian. Yes, I do remember what the Guardian looks like now.
The turbines, they're in the main building, but I doubt you can get them going.
Just point me in the right direction.
Valid characters. Anything in here to collect? Nope. Time to crouch. Oh. Reyna, Viper, Raze. I did like Sage. Yeah, at the end, I was playing Reina or Raze. That's who I liked playing. Whoa. I'm not here. I'm under a table. Ow. Fucking heal yourself, Crane. I kicked him. Quest failed. That's fine. Hate smoke agents from heart, but I love. Interesting. Okay. That's what I get for trying to hide under a table. Also, I keep on hitting G instead of.
So what are we looking for?
Instead of H to heal.
They're in the main building.
Anyone else hesitate spending money on themselves? Yes, big time.
Just
Very
point
much.
me in the right direction.
Look at the wretched map to play club. That's a mood. Damn. Get out of my way. Whoa. I'm just not used to... I want my normal weapon. Thank you. No problem spending on others? Yeah. Yeah. I feel like a lot of us have a little bit of a spending issue in a sense with ourselves. I like spending money on other people. Truth be told, I don't like spending money. I like free things. Spending money on games, though? Yeah. What? Oh, trash can. I don't deserve it? Yeah! That's why I don't like buying a lot, especially expensive things, which is why I end up not... not like upgrading my computer or other things, because I'm just like, no, it's fine. I can just deal with it. It's fine. It's still good. I don't need a new one, except I do want a new keyboard. I think I'm going to actually get a new keyboard so that I can clean this one up. So I'm excited for that. Don't got enough money in my bank account to be spending money? Real as hell. Real as hell. What's over here? Nothing. Okay. I just want to see if I can open that door. I guess I can't. No open door.
Largo, do you want to explain to me why you have power in your control room, but there's no power down here?
Yeah. Myself isn't worth it. However, spending on friends, it's the best. I agree.
Run the whole place. But there's just enough to
Keep saying I can deal with it. Real.
Well, I need some light in here, so shut down your power for now.
Shit, fine. But it isn't gonna power everything.
That's fine.
The line's only good for emergency lights.
Got it.
That big guy exploded, bro. Oh, he's dead. That big guy exploded. And then he exploded that. This is like war flashbacks too. That's a nice case.
Logic knows the $5 mouse is too much for me to spend on myself. Well, my friend needs $300. Okay, they will pay me back, not like I need it for anything. Look at all the bills. I'll be fine. They need it more than I do, surely.
We're gonna take a moment to craft something because I don't like this man chasing me. Oh my god, I have that. My inventory is so right. I have that. Oh my god, I'm just gonna fucking dismantle a whole bunch of this shit. switched away. Okay. Hey, oh, wait. I didn't put what I need to here. I think do that one. There we go. Any rocks to lick? Not right now, Demonic. Not right now. Lose weight. A lot of my clothes don't really fit anymore, so I need to buy new clothes. But I'm like, I can't deal with only 2 pair of leggings that fit shoes with holes in them. Oh my god. No, you need some new clothes. You deserve it. You're working hard on losing weight and everything, so you deserve it. It sucks with that too, especially if you're still losing more weight, Gothic, because that means you're going to lose more and you might have to then buy some more new clothing. So it's really, that is always a sucky situation, because I know then it's in the mind, it's like, well, I'm going to have to buy more eventually. But buy some normal staple items that either can be altered afterwards or, like, I like buying pants that fit a little bit loose. So even if you buy pants that fit, not necessarily tight, but like fit now, buy a style that will look good loose. Shirts that are, I don't know, shirts are really more of like what type of style you like. But loose ones are nice. But yeah, that's a rough situation, because if you're still in the process of losing more weight, then it's like, oh, you could always thrift some clothes just to get some essentials so you don't spend too much money, but you still get yourself some clothing that fits. 50 pounds lost. That's so fucking good. I'm so proud of you. It makes me so happy too, like seeing all the foods that you're cooking and you're trying different stuff. So I'm very proud of you for that. What's a game I play that sometimes takes 2 hours and a half? 2.5 hours to finish on a task. I'm gonna do that 2.5 hours and listen to 40 songs of epic. You're so real for that, Demonic. Do buy groups on Facebook and stuff? No buy group? Interesting, yeah. Clothes I need to make in the future is those stretchier jeans. Stretch jeans, the only pants I wear, but I'm fat man restricting my hip. No, that's fair. I hate it because I love the feel of like actual denim and jeans, like real denim. I love. Holy shit, that shit don't breathe and that shit don't stretch. Like there's nothing. So buying stuff that has that little bit of a stretch is always nice. There we go. Took care of him. Because real denim can hurt if you're not, if like any part of your body. I hate buying women's jeans because that shit never fits right. Are you dead? Sorry, I wasn't aiming at you. I was trying to aim at your friend, but you got hit instead, right on the head. Bonk. Jeans and pants like that. There's one pair that I really like. They're stretchy jeans. That's fair. I think stretchy jeans are a great option. Oh, that's not a great option. It said, nah, you can't enter this door. Fine, go. I'll go further down. I want to see what this is, though. You. Okay, I'll stay on the task. We'll go further down. Oh, I don't actually like this. Jeans are always super hard to figure out. But literally, those Gap jeans are nice. Yeah.
They're all underwater.
Sometimes buying a little bit more expensive of like brand for jeans is actually really nice. Because like, oh my god, the Gap jeans, even the ones that I got that are more form-fitting, fit so nice. I hate the feel of denim, so that's why I wear leggings. That's real. No, I know, I get that a lot. Yummy! Actually, I was not ready to go in here. I was not ready to my obsession of jeggings in elementary school. That's so fucking real. God, I forgot about jeggings. Hey, they work, and they still are around, so you know, people like them. Hey, one pair are like stretchy. Also, you can't bend in jeans. If you want to be bending yoga or something, you can't do that shit. You can't do that shit in jeans. Even my work pants, oh my god. Ooh. Worst creation ever. Oh my god. We move around in our, oh my god, where am I going? Hey.
There's the problem. I need to close off that pipe somehow.
What pipe? Mr. Kyle Crane? Mr. Kyle Crane, swim! Oh my god, I hate this. I'm very stressed about his breathing. Okay, No, Mr. Kyle Crane. No, Mr. Kyle Crane. Okay. The worst thing ever, raise you pilk? That's fair. That is fair. Some brands and one size. Dude, shopping for so many different clothing pieces, it's fucking sucks. It's just different by brand. Built different or something, but I can do almost anything in jeans. We, so the way that a lot of times just the way that they work. Because like our work jeans, the way that they're designed, no one can work in them. When you bend, like if we have to crouch down, most of the time I literally have to like hike up my pants to pull them because they get stuck on the knee. Like badminton, exercise. I do love jeans. Most of my like, outside of work, jeans, pants type, great. Wonderful. No issue. Actual work pants, nothing. Can you do high kicks? Now that's a good test. My god. Jesus. He does not want to go through that at all. Damn, you can do high kicks in general? What up, Washa? I did it. Okay, hold on. We also need some air, Crane. What a nice little pocket of air. This is probably the stalest air ever. Oh, that's more water pressure. Okay. Pretty high even it is. That's fucking crazy. What type of jeans do you buy? Like, now we're talking style. What type of cut of jeans do you buy? Can you do this in skinny jeans? Dude, I fucking hate skinny jeans. I don't hate skinny jeans. I used to wear them a lot. But oh my god. Nowadays I'm like, no, what the hell? I want my comfy pants. Get some air. I end up on the floor. So real. What the hell? Oh, I just need to go right here.
Largo. Water coming in. But I still need to drain the flooded area. There must be a pump down here, right?
Something. Yeah, from the, oh my god, from the decay. Literally, yeah. Literally.
Love that optimistic attitude.
Somebody was drinking on the job.
If you want to get yourself
shark belly rub. The shark. What type of jeans are there? Ooh, straight cut jeans. We have, okay, so we have, whoa. Straight jeans, which are literally like a straight cut. Typical. Where am I going? I'm going in there. How do I get in there? Oh, sorry. I immediately started explaining and then was confused. I can't open that. I don't know why I tried. There's lowriders, straight cut jeans. You got skinny jeans. We got, what else do I wear? I have a style paired like they're like 60. There's flare, boot flare. I love boot cut. Boot cut jeans, quite nice. What the freak? Can I get in there from there? Hold on. Oh, okay. I was like, what the? Is there actual zombies in here? I think there is. Oh, they're making their way. Okay. Back. Back. Taking care of that. Okay. Skinny or tight fit? Regular fit? Okay, okay, okay. They're super skinny jeans. That shit, I don't expect anybody to be able to do anything. Hey! Back off. Kyle Crane, calm down. In my build? Magic jeans. Magic jeans. Ever tried to fit my build into skinny jeans? I would have more easy time getting to baby swing set. I love that little comparison. Just you're so right for that though. You're so real. Skinny jeans are so fucking hard to get into, bro. Super skinny jeans? Man, and they just like cut off circulation at your hip. Oh, it is blocked. Why can't I just hit it? Okay, we'll just hit this. We'll hit the normal button that we need to.
Pump's offline.
What did I tell you? Plans running on backup, remember? That reserve line
Whoa.
powers a few critical functions.
Can we use that line to power up the pump or not?
Probably not.
Well, since you've been wrong about everything so far, I'm gonna look for a backup circuit.
That's your funeral.
Ow. Okay. Ow. Bro, that freaking hurt, dude. Wee wee wee. I hope you have been well today, Kai. Pretty skinny, so nothing else fits me. Real as hell. Real as hell. It's interesting though too, because then things will fit differently. Like I can't tell you like things don't fit for a woman, but because then we don't fit for a woman. A woman no fit. Oh, what do you mean to? Oh, okay, we're taking this. Because then we have issues with hips, and I hate issues with hips. Oh, we're going this way. Why did I think it was the other way? Hips, no fit. But then hips with nice skinny jean? Is this gonna... I see. Just running around like a little madman, little gremlin with a cord. Beep, 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 beep. Oh my god, Goober. We get you hip pads, and then you'll have bigger hips, and then you can experience the joy of getting hips to fit with pants.
What the hell? Backup power went on. You do that?
Me do that.
I'm working something out.
You son of a bitch.
That's me. That's me. Mr. Kyle Crane, son of a bitch.
Come on, come on.
I can't believe Kyle Crane that. The words he said earlier. Shocking. This is longer than I thought. Skinny jeans to work? That's crazy. Mainly because, like, sometimes skinny... Okay. You manually turned me around. I don't like that. Okay, you're just normals. Hey, guess what time it is? Ooh. Oh, okay. Took care of themselves, I guess. One may say. You're telling me so we need technology for... Oh, oh Kyle Crane! Put that down. I don't know why I keep on using his full name. Mr. Kyle Crane. If we have technology for hip replacements... I mean, there is hip replacements. My mom has hip replacements. Her hips are metal. If I wear loose skinny jeans, they'll look like... So what you're saying is we need to give Goomber a BBL. Goomber, we're gonna get you a BBL, and then you'll have the hips. We'll give you, well, we'll give you the Latina body you've always wished for. You never wished for, but you're now getting it. Regular tight fit, yeah. Honestly, straight cut isn't bad, because that's still. That did not sound that good.
Largo, the turbines won't stay on.
That didn't sound good at all.
Turbines need water to keep them running. Along with everything else, the feed pipe is
That did not sound good.
Well, there
We
must
give
be
you
a way to get
hips.
water to 'em.
Then you'll be able to shake it.
water intake, but
You know, you'll be able to shake it then.
told you, you're wasting your time.
I'm not wasting my
You're just
time.
a ray of sunshine, you know that?
That was. I was really offended by that. Crane, do this. Crane. Whoa, I don't like that body outline. Crane, do this. Crane, do that. Oh, it's a blower. Blow her. I hardly know her. Anyways, didn't mean to do that. I missed completely. Did he explode? I guess he did. Oh, good heavens.
Hey, Largo, I'm seeing a red
Largo.
pipe. Is that the
Okay.
other water intake?
How skinny the skinny jeans are? Question. Math. I mean,
Kinda colorblind.
Yeah, I'll use it as a bypass. There's a valve, but it doesn't have a handle.
you don't have handle.
Maybe it broke off.
Or maybe
mean,
you want me to come up there and break your head off.
Yeah. Yeah, you tell him.
I'm just messing with you. You need to find a valve wrench. Should be one lying around. Check the rooms nearby.
Kyle Crane, do this. Kyle Crane, do that. Never. How is Kyle Crane? God forbid. This is a silly little guy trying to have a fun time, and they don't want me to. God forbid. Okay, but go nap. I slept. Yes, go nap, Robbie. I'm almost done anyways for today. Alright, storage room. Oh, I guess I needed to come in here eventually.
Got it.
Making my way downtown through the pipes. Think I'm going to. Oh my god! Date on Halloween. Fuck yeah! What's that say? Oh, I have to open two. Okay. Climb, Kyle Crane, climb. I want to update, Squirrely. I gotta know. But yeah, some skinny jeans aren't that skinny. Super skinny jeans are the ones that are like, oh, that will suffocate you. But I mean, skinny jeans are just like another form of like straight cut. Straight cut is just get more and more, you know. Be dressed as. What a fucking first date. That is so funny. That's so fitting though. I feel like that's a very on brand. Oh my god, is the water rising? I don't know, but I'm scared. I'm running. That's so cute.
Let's see if that worked.
Where's my ladder? Oh, let me out.
What the hell?
What the hell?
You did it.
Yeah, literally, this is such a cute first date story, bro.
I got something for you.
The first floor? Oh, okay. Wait, the first floor? Oh, okay. Hello. So he made his way all the way over here?
To you. Don't give up easy.
Well, you sure didn't make it easy.
That's because the Baron shut this plant down for a reason.
Why did we shut it down?
To stay that way. Yeah, I work for the big man. Did I forget to mention that?
Well, I can just kill you.
Hands where I can see them.
I can just kill. I can just kill you. Why do they have knife but they have gun? Who gave that man knife, but gave the rest of them gun? Oh my god.
Can't wait to see you again.
Am I gonna go sicko mode on them? Please, let me go sicko mode on them.
Push me if I were you. You don't
Yes,
want to piss
be
me
safe,
off.
Doc. Fucking laser sights. Fucking laser sights.
Move! You're gonna see a really ugly side of me.
You won't like me when I'm angry. You won't like me when I'm angry, princess. He's changed. Shoot him in the head. Oh, I shoot him in the head. Nyang. Nyang, 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 nyang. I'm sorry, guy. You're gonna have one hell of a frickin'. Yo, have a gun. Sorry. You'll never see your wife again. I can't wait to go home and see my wife and family, my kids. Not today, buddy. Where you get down from there? Whoa. Why do I have that out? Hold on. Oh, I could have dashed them. Whoa. Drink water. What an odd statement. Drink water. Drink water. Drink water. Ow! That wasn't very water of you. Drink water. Drink water. Ow! Oh, wow! Hey, so I need to... Okay. Ow. Come here. Oh, I know what I could do. Oh my god! He's fucking scream! Who else is... Oh, it's just Doc leaving. Okay. I was like, did somebody else leave? Oh. God, I love drop kicking people. Ow, leave me alone. There you go. Ow. I'm a madman. That was a crazy...
I told you not to piss me off.
Kyle Crane, that was fucking...
I gotta get that power back on.
They all have the one-handed stick, damn. Damn. Anyways, where'd I kill the other people? I would like the bullet people. Yeah, did I? There we go. What'd you have? I guess it's not that good. I guess I'll just stick with what I have. My baton. Is that a big... That's a vending machine. Okay. So we finish this up. We get the power back on. What did I kill the little guys with the... Oh, thank you. Oh. There's something... Oh, is it nighttime outside? Oh. Okay, well that's quite scary. If it's nighttime outside. I will not be leaving this place if it is nighttime outside. The power back on? It's a sentence I've heard the series way too many times. Literally. Oh. God, turning
Sheriff,
dramatically
power plant's
back
back up.
like that was
The Baron's the one
scary.
who shut it down.
The Baron. Did you find my rangers?
No, the Baron's men probably took him out.
Is it a car?
And here come more of them. I'm gonna make sure the power stays on.
Not more of them, please.
Not until I finish what I started.
We do not want a war with the Baron.
I want a war with the Baron.
It's already coming.
I
Whether
want
you
it.
want it or not.
You don't want it, but I want it. Just put my name on it. Put my name on the declaration. Whoa, Jesus! What did I just do there? Hold on, everybody. Gotta eat. Get back. Wah. Do I have any more? Let's just stop for a moment. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, that's better. Yeah. Get out of here.
Prepare to bleed.
I shot you in the throat, and that was your reaction? Chew on this. I don't want to. Whoa. Oh. I have fallen down. Oh, did I kick him to death? Straight up?
You're mine now.
Oh. That was a clean slice. I won't lie. That's enough slices. We only needed one good one. Can I kill the one dude who was kind of stinky? He turned the power back off, and that was quite stinky of him. Wow, hey. Oh, you get the big hammer. I got a baton. Get decked. I wonder if I have... Hold on. Can we just have some fun? I think if I go to my inventory, I'm gonna put chocolate bars there. Ow! Okay. Fuck you. I want that. Is he dead? Yes, he is. Hey, what was your weapon? Your weapon is just that dinky little thing. Man, my Outlast Trials brain kicked in. I was like, bricks? I can throw bricks at them. Is there more people out here? Fuck you, chicken strip. Oh, you have a weapon! I must take you out first.
Nice try.
Oh god, you have a weapon over there too. I gotta go. Which one? Oh god, Crane. Crane, you stupid ass! Oh my god! He holds onto corners. I don't want him to, and then he holds onto corners. He doesn't hold onto corners. I need him to. Oh, well, okay. Calm yourself.
Sheriff, the plant's up and running. You're gonna need to send some people here if you want to keep it that way.
Ooh, trinkets.
Get yourself back here.
Ooh.
We need to talk.
Trinkets. Common stick. What's this? Ooh. We'll take that. I suppose we should probably make it all the way back. I don't know where to sleep here. I don't think it's a smart idea to walk out there. Is this a safe? Power plant? Oh, the other half is a safe house. Let's go there. And then that's where I will stop it for the night. Oh. Safe house. What's on the top of this place? I'm quite curious. There is a car there, and that's quite nice. Is this safe in here? Oh, it is. Hell yeah. Oh. That's really cool. Okay, I'm gonna wait until morning, and then we will end stream. I think that's good length stream. Okay. What am I at? We're almost at level 5, so that's pretty good. I honestly might play a little bit of this off stream. Good length. And then you'll listen to me cry. Yeah, you gotta figure out. So I'll disappear for a little bit, Nikki, so I can. I don't know if I want to skate right now. What time is it? I have to skate soonish because of the stupid daylight savings. But I will be on to keep you company. Oh my god, that game closed before the sound even went off. I love Baby No Money. It by. I got that it by. I TV up it. So I got logged out of all of my things. So by that, I got logged out of my Twitch. Nothing wrong with that. Can log back in. The problem with that is that it turns it into light mode. Log in. Oh my god. That was a jump scare. Well, you guys are stuck with me for a little bit because I say that because I have to now log in. I think that's my password. Oh my god. I hate logging into since I don't have a numpad on the side of my fucking keyboard, it's so hard typing in numbers. What? Oh, there we go. I typed it in wrong. Oh god, it still put me in light mode. Oh my god, please turn that into dark mode. I only keep... Okay, proceed. Yeah, you figure... Freaky! Oh, collaboration settings. Add panel to stream manager. Ooh, interesting. Well, I never have this up. Let me shrink that a little bit. So, ooh, one of my friends is playing Fear! Never ending stream. I know, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Preferred light mode? I prefer light mode for working. So for reading and whatnot, for this, I like light mode. When I'm in my like stream manager stuff, it's in dark mode, but I also like that in light mode if I like really need to lock in and focus, because then it's just like blaring light at me and I want to get off of it. But for overall Twitch, when I'm like using it to watch people, I keep it in dark mode. Because I don't talk. So I'm just watching the video. Is this Slappy? Is that what I was listening to? Oh no, this is the L79. Perfect. Yeah, I get a wombo combo of it. Except for my YouTube. YouTube is always in light mode. Truth be told, with YouTube, I didn't even know that you could put it in dark mode. Because there's a dark mode for YouTube, right? That one, straight up, didn't even know. So now I'm just used to it in light mode. That one I'm cursed with. That one is wrong if I don't have it in light mode. Is it only understand on light mode thingy? Yeah, that one. For truth be told, like I said, I really didn't know there was even a dark mode in that for the longest time. But it also feels wrong otherwise. Do it. Okay, so I do have a problem that I tend to raid the same people, but because I really love them, and sometimes I'm like, I don't stay to watch streams afterwards because I raid and run and do other stuff. But unfortunately, light mode is crazy. I've only ever used it in light mode. I've never touched the dark mode for that because like I didn't know it was there. It is genuinely blinding. I won't even lie about that. It is. Sometimes I open it up at night when I go to bed and it's just boom, divine light. Anyways, what I was saying about I constantly raid the same people. We're going to Tori, but because Tori has new hair. She has new hair. She has split dye still. She's on Be Right Back, but she has different color hair. And I'm freaking the freak out. Teams Light Mode is still better than most websites in my opinion, but still, why? Real hair. Tori's new hair, yeah. That usually I was gonna try to go to somebody else, but Tori has new hair, and I'm very excited about this. In the thumbnail, it looked like new hair. I clicked all the wrong things. I have to Tori, like legally, we have to go to Tori. Okay, this is a little message. The bed cut off. I want to double check. That's Twitter. Twitter I also have in light mode, but I barely go there, so don't really care. It is. Sorry, I had to go back in the stream. Okay, so we're gonna rate Tori. This is gonna be the little message. It is extremely long, but it is, oh my god, could this be new hair? And just, yeah, that's that. Game plan for this week. I think it's gonna be Outlast Trials again for Wednesday. For any of my friends who do own Outlast Trials, if you would like to join for a match or two, you don't have to stay the whole time. That is perfectly fine, and you are more than welcome to. Quiet, if you would like to learn Outlast Trials, if you are free that day, you are more than welcome to. We will be blasting show tunes of some sort or whatever you guys want to do, and I will be singing along to it. If not, we will just be silly and goofy. Thursday is Resident Evil. Hee hee. But Friday, we will have Halloween stream. So come prepared with your Halloween treats and everything, you know. Other than that, I love you all. I say bye-bye from here. Thank you for a great day. It was a great chill day. I needed just a chill playing zombies. I will be playing this off stream. Not fully. Story-wise, I will play on stream. But I think I'm going to grind some off stream because I just want to play it. Anyways, I'm going to hit start raid so I can drop you off over there. I love you all. Please have an amazing day tomorrow too. I'm going to post a TikTok and YouTube tomorrow. Different type. I still don't know how the algorithm works, and I don't know what happened with my last ones, but I don't really care. I'm like, okay, we're going to try something else. We're going to experiment, but we're not going to give up. Anyways, night-night, sleep well, take care, get some water. Everybody, please take care. I will see you all on Wednesday. Bye-bye.